Good morning.
Morning.
I would like to open this hearing by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon, Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island, and I am grateful for the opportunity to work on this land. Madam Court Reporter, I don't believe that Mr. Ndoga has been sworn.
Good morning, Mr. Ndoga. Good morning. I'm just gonna ask you to affirm your evidence. So please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Ndoga. My name is Haley Bruckner and I'm Commission Counsel. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions this morning. And I'm going to start off with your background. Could you tell me a little bit about your education and professional qualifications?
I graduated from Mohawk College as a civil technician. And since that time, I've worked basically for municipalities, 33 years in the municipal world.
Okay. I understand that you were employed by the City of Hamilton from about 2000 until July 1st, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to that, you were employed by the City of Stony Creek as an engineering technologist?
Yes.
For about 10 years?
12 years there. Prior to that, I was with the town of Halton Hills, Acton, Georgetown. And before that, I did 1 year stint with the City of Hamilton.
And when you were with the City of Hamilton, you were a senior project manager in infrastructure programming, asset management, and engineering services. Is that right?
I finished, yes, with that, yes.
Okay. What was your role before that?
I was a project manager.
Okay. And what year did you shift between the two roles?
I don't recall, sorry.
Would it have been around roughly 2014?
Possibly, maybe sooner than that. I can't recall right off.
Okay. Can you describe your role as a senior project manager in infrastructure programming and asset management?
I started, when I started with asset management, I was dealing with bridges and roads. So everything within the right of way.
Okay.
I completed the capital program and budgets and developed project scope and that thing. So what we did was create the capital budget and deliver the capital budget.
Okay, so when you say you deliver project scopes, these are scopes that your group develops and then they're put together by another group. Is that design?
Our scope would be forwarded to design and then ultimately to construction within engineering services.
Okay. And you said you worked primarily on bridges when you started. Did you work on other City of Hamilton assets?
I was with roads and I did roads and bridges at that time.
Okay.
So.
And you reported in your role to the manager of asset management?
Yes, I did.
And I understand that that would have been Sam Sidawi from about 2015 to 2018. Is that right?
Sounds correct.
Okay. And then it was Erica Wade after that?
Yes.
And the manager of asset management reported to the director of engineering services. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it would have been Mr. Moore until about May 31st, 2018. And then Mr. McGuire after that?
Sounds correct. I'm not good with dates, I'm sorry.
But it was those two people in the position?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you have direct or indirect reports during your time at the city?
Sorry, again?
Did people report to you during your time at the city?
Yes, sorry. I had a project manager and a technologist at the end, and then at the beginning, I had, I think there's 5 people. There was a finance person, 2 finance persons, and a bridge and a roads, 2 roads.
Okay. Do you recall the names of the project managers that reported to you?
Trevor McPlug and Alan Jasback.
Okay. And the name of the technologists that reported to you?
Nick Petagrossi. There was Don Kim was also there for a while with Bridges.
Was if he was with Bridges, was Nick with Roads?
Don was with Bridges and Nick was with Roads, yes.
Okay. Can you just describe for me a little bit about what the asset management department does as compared to other public works departments?
We assisted in corporate assets, in creating asset management plans for those assets. We've done that, and we also, like I said, we did the capital programming for right-of-way assets. So we also had within our section, we had I had a counterpart which took care of underground assets.
Why did you leave your role at the city?
Freedom 55.
What does that mean?
I retired.
Okay. We're going to go through some documents that I'm going to have the registrar pull up for us. As we get into this, if you have any difficulty seeing them or viewing them, just let me know. Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 320? So Mr. Andoga, I understand that you're familiar with the Link and Red Hill Valley Parkway sustainability plan that was prepared in 2007. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was the sustainability plan?
It was a plan to identify best practices to manage the roadway.
Okay. How was the plan prepared?
Through a series of interviews with staff and with the help of a consultant.
Okay. Do you remember which consultant it was?
Stantec, I believe.
Okay. Registrar, can you take us to image 12? So this is the acknowledgement page for the report. And you'll see, Registrar, if you can call out that section just so that we can see it a little better where it lists off names. You'll see, Mr. Andoga, that you're listed as a member of the project team, as well as a major contributor for this project. Yep. Can you tell me what your role is in the creation and drafting of the sustainability plan?
Our state of the infrastructure reports, our sustainability plans, that kind of thing was basically done through a series of interviews with staff.
Okay.
So that's I would coordinate those meetings between staff and the consultant.
How did you know which staff to bring to a meeting with the consultant?
I would start at the manager's level or director's level and let them decide who should be available or can attend.
And how did you know which director to approach about each of the meetings that Stantec wanted to arrange?
Well, it's within public works. So the subject of a road, we would ask the operational groups to come in.
Okay. So it was based on your understanding of who had control of that aspect of the asset?
It was up to their director, yes.
Okay. But the group that you approached was based on your understanding of who had.
Yeah. Interest, and that's the interest, yes.
Can you tell me what the distinction is between a major contributor and a member of the project team as set out in this? The registrar, can you close this actually just so that there's a bit more context? The top line of the intro there says, in particular, we note the following major contributors. And then there's the entry at the bottom for the project team. What's the distinction between a major contributor and a member of the project team?
My understanding as I read this would be the major contributor would be their supervisor,
Would be whose supervisor?
Those that have submitted any type of input to the report.
Okay, so you think that major contributors are the managers or directors of the public works departments that were involved in contributing to the report?
Yeah, it basically identifies that section being the major contributor, right? And the director, manager.
So you'll see here under capital planning and implementation, you're listed, as is Gary Moore and Jerry Davis. What was Mr. Moore's role as a major contributor to the sustainability plan?
He was the manager of the group, so he would oversee those that came in through design through the design process. So if anybody came into the interview sections from the design group, they would come forward. And he was also the one that built the Red Hill and the link, so he would have extensive knowledge of that roadway as well.
Okay. And so Mr. Davis, he's also listed there with Mr. Moore and yourself. What was his major contribution to the plan?
Yeah, it would be the director of the group. So, again, it would be rolled up to the top.
So I see that Mirko Odie is listed under the Red Hill Valley project, as is Chris Murray. Can you tell me what their major contributions were?
Can't tell you the detail. I would tell you that they would, being involved in the construction, they would have the extensive knowledge of that roadway. It would be able to assist with any type of information that was requested.
Okay, so they're there because of their high level involvement in the construction and because of their position in the Red Hill Valley project office?
That's correct.
Registrar, could you please take us to image 99 and split screen with image 101 of the report? And if you could call out 2.11 under pavement safety. And on the other side, if you could pull out, oh, thank you, Registrar, you can make that a little smaller. If you could pull out 2.21 under skid resistance on the other page, just so that we can see them a little bit better. Mr. Andoga, are you able to read those two sections?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to take a minute and just read them through, please? And let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Did you have a role in drafting or revising either of these sections of the sustainability plan?
Not, I don't believe drafting. It was reviewed internally.
Okay, so you would have reviewed these sections of the sustainability plan?
We would have reviewed the plan, yes.
Okay. Do you know who Stantec would have been speaking to about the sections of the report that deal with skid resistance and friction testing on the assets?
I do not.
So you'll see here that there's a recommendation under skid resistance, which says the main purpose of the skid resistance testing is to identify the areas with low skid resistance that may affect public safety. It's recommended to perform skid resistance testing every 1 to 2 years. And this recommendation would have been coming from Stantec?
I would assume so.
And you don't know which department within Public Works Stantec would have been speaking to when it came to that recommendation? Or developing that recommendation?
I can't confirm who they were talking to now.
Registrar, could you close this down and take us back to image 12 for a second? So I'm just taking us back to image 12, where we were looking at the major contributors and the members of the project team.
Yep.
And if you can take a look, just to look at the public works departments that are listed here and the major contributors.
Yep.
Does that assist to refresh your memory at all about who Stantec would have been speaking to when they developed the skid testing recommendation for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link?
Again, I wouldn't know who they would talk to. It falls under operations and maintenance. I would think. I can't remember the structure of the city at that time. I don't know where the traffic department sat, and I believe it was under the operations and maintenance group. So that I think at that time it would have fallen under operations and maintenance.
Okay. And why would friction testing have fallen under operations and maintenance?
Falls under the traffic section. In my opinion, is that it falls under the traffic section. It's a safety issue.
Okay. So from your perspective then, if there was to be friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway every 2 years after it was opened, according to that recommendation, it would have been operations and maintenance, specifically traffic, that was responsible for it?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Registrar, my apologies. I know I'm jumping around on you a bit. Can you take us back to image 99 and 101? And start off by pulling out section 2.11. Thank you. So there are a number of statements here in this section. Do you agree with the statement that wet surface accidents may occur because of the lack of skid resistance or low friction?
Do I agree to that? Yes.
That pavement safety is primarily evaluated in terms of skid resistance?
I'm sorry, say that again.
That pavement safety is primarily evaluated in terms of skid resistance. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't know if I can agree with that.
Okay. Why not?
I don't know if that skid resistance is that important or that high priority with regard to an accident.
So this drafting is coming from a consultant retained by the city, but you disagree with the premise that pavement safety is primarily evaluated in terms of skid resistance?
I'm not disagreeing with it. I can't argue it. He's telling me yes.
Okay.
The report says yes, it is.
And it goes on to say that pavement skid resistance would typically deteriorate over time due to pavement surface weathering. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Skid resistance constitutes a safety concern and should be evaluated on a regular basis, which is, as I understand it, the basis for the 1 to 2 year recommendation for skid testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link. Do you agree with that statement as well?
As a best practice, yes.
Registrar, you can close this out, and if you could pull out quickly for us 2.21, which is the other section under skid resistance. And it says the main purpose of the skid resistance testing is to identify the areas with low skid resistance that may affect public safety. Do you have any reason to disagree with that statement?
No, I don't disagree with that.
So it's my understanding, sorry, Registrar, you can close this down. It's my understanding that the recommendation for friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway every 1 to 2 years was never implemented by the city. Is that right?
To the best of my own knowledge, no.
Okay. And I think that I'm going to get into why. So Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 32555? And if you could pull up beside it HAM 32556, which is the attachment. Thank you. So you circulate a draft information update on the sustainability plan that we were just looking at on November 1st, 2007. And you send it to Bill Weaver and Jennifer Atkinson. Just for some context, who are Bill Weaver and Jennifer Atkinson?
They were under the road operations section, I believe.
And you,
Bill was
sorry,
a foreman, and Jen was, I don't know her title, but she was in the office.
Okay. And you copy on this email, Jerry Davis, Jennifer DiDomenico, John Murray, Brian Scheinel, and Mr. Gary Moore. Why did you copy those particular individuals on the draft information update?
It's directors. Jennifer, well, Jerry was director. Jennifer was, I can't recall her title, but because of the Red Hill, she might have been the contact for the Red Hill. John Murray was my manager. Brian Scheinel was director of operations and maintenance, and Gary Moore was being the manager of design at that time. And again, because of his involvement with the Red Hill.
I'm going to close out this email so we can take a closer look at the information update. But before I do that, I believe, Registrar, that the email has not yet been marked and that it would be Exhibit 104. Could we mark that? HAM 32555.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
And Registrar, if you could take down the email, please, and pull up both pages of the information update. Thank you. So this is just a better look at the information update that you prepared, Mr. Ndoga. And you'll see that this is a draft information update from Mr. Jerry Davis to the mayor and members of council. And it says at the top there, so paragraph 1, that the sustainability plan has been completed. And then it outlines the activities and costs required to operate, and that the plan outlines the activities and costs required to operate and maintain the infrastructure assets that comprise the link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And that's just in the first paragraph there. And then the plan goes on to say, Registrar, could you pull out from the third paragraph on image 1 that says accordingly, just so we can have a bit of a better view of that. So it goes on to say, accordingly, the operations and maintenance division will submit resulting operating budget estimates to the 2008 budget process for consideration in an annualized context. The sustainability report has identified the following recommended conclusions, and there's a list of recommended conclusions. The first of which being a request for an average annual operations and maintenance budget of 4.2 million for the link and the Red Hill Valley project. And then there's actually a continuation. There's a 5th point onto the next page. Registrar, if you wouldn't mind just closing down the call-outs, so Mr. Endo, you can see that point as well. So it's my understanding from that the sustainability report identified the need for an operations and maintenance budget of 4.2 million annually for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link. Do you recall if that request was submitted to the 2008 operating budget?
I would not know. Sorry. I wasn't involved in operating budgets.
Okay. So that would have gone through the operation and maintenance division if it went?
From this report, I would assume so, yes.
And in your view, is that because they were responsible for aspects of the sustainability plan?
Operation and maintenance of, yes.
Okay. Do you recall what the request, the outcome of the request for funding for the sustainability plan was? And it's not a memory test. I can take you to a document that I think can help to refresh your memory if you want.
Please.
Okay, Registrar, could you please close this down? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Before we move on, I believe that this draft information update also has not been marked. Registrar, could we mark HAM 32556 as Exhibit 105?
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. And Registrar, if you could take us to HAM 58041. Think that I have given you the wrong image number, Registrar. Could you try HAM 58042? Oh, sorry, Registrar. I think you had the numbers reversed on the first one. It's HAM 58041. I think you had a 08.
Sorry, is it a native file?
No, it should be a PDF of an email. HAM 58041.
Okay, sorry, 1 second. HAM 58041.
I believe so and hope so.
Nope, it is probably my fault.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So you'll see there, Mr. Ndoga, this is an email exchange on the value for money audit, which happens much later in time than we currently are in 2019. And the email in the middle of the page is a response to you, to Dipankar Sharma, in response to some questions that he had about the sustainability plan. Registrar, if you don't mind just calling out the center email there. And you'll see there, he was asking you about the sustainability plan and you respond to him. The report was presented to council and subsequently received. The requesting funding amount was to be brought forward through the budget process, but was not supported by council. Therefore, the maintenance plan was not implemented. Does that help to refresh your memory about what the outcome of the request for funding for the sustainability plan was?
Yeah, no, sorry. Yes, I remember. It's true.
So it's my understanding from this then that the report was presented, but council didn't approve funding for the sustainability plan?
Yeah, the report was just received.
Okay. And so would that mean that the plan wasn't implemented because there was no funding?
Again, I don't. It would have gratefully helped if they supported it. I'm not sure if anything, what was identified in the operating budgets of the operating groups, because the Lincoln Red Hill, the Red Hill being a new road would have increased their operating with regardless. So whether that was a reallocation of existing funds or added funds, I don't know.
Sorry, when you say the Red Hill being new, it would have increased their funds anyways. Can you break that down a little bit for me?
You still have to remove the snow on it. You still have to cut the grass on it. You'd have to maintain or repair accidents or whatever it may be with that roadway. So, you know, to change the light bulb, the work still has to be done.
Okay, so there would have been an operations and maintenance budget for the Red Hill.
Some sort of expenditure within existing accounts, or I don't know if they separated it out. I wouldn't know.
Okay, Registrar, you can take this down. Did you expect that the recommendations in the sustainability plan would be operationalized after council declined to fund the plan through maintenance or operations budgets?
Not to the extreme that as they were noted within the report.
Okay, can you break that down? What do you mean by not to the extreme as noted within the report?
I'm sure there would be items within that report that they could not do or would not do because of the lack of funding or support. Again, like I said, you still had a service level for snow removal. So there's, you know, I'm not the operating expert, but I'm sure they would have done something out of that report.
Did you have any discussions with anyone else at the city about how to address the recommendations in the sustainability plan after council declined to fund it?
No, I did not.
Do you have any knowledge of any of the other public works departments incorporating recommendations from the sustainability plan into their operation and maintenance budgets or covering them in any other way?
I don't recall any examples of such.
Did you have any role after the council vote in figuring out how to get the recommendations that were made in the sustainability report operationalized?
Myself, no.
Was anyone taking steps to figure out how to operationalize the recommendations after the funding request was declined?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Who, if anyone, would have been responsible for the implementation of the recommendations in the sustainability plan once funding was declined?
Well, funding was declined through the report. Like they could at that time, right, handed over a check and everybody be happy and go home. Whether how they got that expenditure, how they got that money or any such money to do anything to that roadway, that would have been discussions through the budget process.
And the they in that sentence, is that operations and maintenance?
They'd be definitely a part of it. It would go to, they had a budget committee. So all the asks, financial asks or justifications, where they would go through that committee.
So you said operations and maintenance would have been part of it. Was there another public works department that would have been part of it as well?
I think if I summed it up by operations and maintenance, pretty much covers all the public works at that given time.
Okay. Pretty much covers all of public works at that given time. What do you mean by that?
Forestry, traffic. Roads operations, those groups.
Okay. And those are the groups that you think would have been potentially responsible for taking steps to ensure that recommendations in the sustainability plan were funded through other processes?
I would think they would play a major role, like a higher impact to their operating budgets.
Okay. Do you have, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just with the addition of that road.
Do you have any knowledge as to what steps they would have taken or how they would have assessed what aspects of the sustainability plan they could operationalize?
No, I didn't get involved in that.
Okay. Were you involved in any discussions or meetings about how to maintain the link in the Red Hill Valley Parkway as city assets after the sustainability report was not funded?
Nope, I don't believe so.
To your knowledge, did operations and maintenance or any other public works division ever bring forward or implement a plan to maintain the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link through the implementation of any of the recommendations in the sustainability plan?
I don't recall any. I dealt with capital budgets, but if they went through an operating budget, I couldn't tell you. I don't recall any capital improvement plans.
Okay. Did asset management take any steps to try and get recommendations from the sustainability plan dealt with in other ways or funded by other means?
I don't believe so. We would have done the capital programming for the roadway, if that's what you classify as such, but that would be the limit of.
And what would have been included in the capital program as distinct from the types of recommendations in the sustainability plan?
We're looking, the asset management section would strictly look at the timing of rehabilitation for the roadway.
So it's my understanding, based on the sustainability plan, that they had set out, that Stantec had set out models for when rehabilitation would be required in that plan based on other steps and recommendations that they've made. Did that have any impact on your planning for the capital budget around the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link?
Yes, I would say yes.
Can you tell me how?
We would look at the recommended timing to allow that to get into our program. It's a combination of what's being recommended and an analysis of the roadway as it ages.
Did you take steps to find out if other departments were implementing recommendations under the plan to see if that might affect your own planning for rehabilitation or repaving in the future?
We were hearing nothing, I believe, at that time.
Hearing nothing from the other public works departments?
Right.
So was it your understanding then that recommendations under the plan weren't being implemented?
I can't answer that. I don't know if what was being done at that given time through other groups.
Okay, but you weren't personally aware of any recommendations from the sustainability plan being implemented?
I was worried about the black cracking asphalt, and that's what I dealt with.
Black cracking asphalt. Can you break that down for me?
Pardon me?
Can you break that down for me? What do you mean when you say you were worried about the black cracking asphalt?
We built our program based on observations. So,
okay. And the black cracking asphalt was one of those observations?
It would have been a priority to bring that road forward, yes.
Okay, and is that on the Red Hill Valley Parkway that you noticed the black cracking asphalt?
Yes.
Okay. When?
I can't tell you the exact dates. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is that connected to the later rehabilitation and resurfacing?
Yes.
Maybe I'm going to take you through some of those emails on that. So if you are triggered and recognize that there's a time period or an indication that connects the black cracking asphalt, let me know and I will make sure to ask you about it as we go through as well.
Okay.
In your view, who was responsible for ensuring that the link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway were maintained in a good state of repair?
Council.
Okay. And which public works departments were responsible for advising council as to steps that needed to be taken to meet that goal?
It would be brought forward through the capital budget process. So it would come from engineering services to the director or the GM of public works.
Okay. So if the sustainability plan was not funded, was there another maintenance plan that was developed and funded for the Red Hill Valley Parkway or link?
I don't recall. I couldn't answer that.
So then was maintenance dealt with primarily from expenditures from public works departments as they identified them?
Again, I maintenance was under a different director. I couldn't answer that.
Okay. Which director was it under?
I think it started with Brian Scheinel.
Okay, in operations?
Yes.
And would it have been Mr. Scheinel who decided when to implement maintenance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway or link? In your view?
Brought forward from his support staff, yes.
And in your view, it would have been that group as well that would have been responsible for any friction testing and monitoring on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, or another group? I know there's a distinction between operations and traffic engineering later in the public works department structure.
Yeah, it would be brought forward through them.
Okay, operations or traffic engineering?
It would typically, from what I recall, it would be traffic engineering and then brought forward to the operational group to implement.
Okay. Was it your understanding that
when I say, sorry, if I say operational group, I mean roads operations.
Okay.
So it's a coordinated effort between those two groups.
Understood. Was it your understanding that the staff in traffic engineering or road operations had any knowledge or expertise about friction testing?
I wouldn't know.
Registrar, could you take us back to HAM 320 and take us to image 120 and 121? So this is just back to the sustainability plan. And I can call out some aspects of this because I know it's very small. But this is, as I understand it, one of the prediction models that Stantec developed and the one that they recommended, which sets out their recommendations for surface treatments, timing of minor and major rehabilitation on the link and the Red Hill, as well as for maintenance activities like regular skid testing. Do you remember reviewing this chart?
Very vaguely, yeah.
And this work that Stantec did, is this the element of the report that would have impacted what you were doing in asset management in terms of timing for rehabilitations and surface treatments and things like that on the Red Hill?
Yes.
So I see that there are a bunch of references, and so it's a little bit confusing, but the first couple of columns are for the Red Hill, and then there are a couple of columns for the link, and you'll see that there are references to surface treatments, as well as minor rehabilitation. So there's a reference to surface treatment for the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2017, and then it says minor rehabilitation 2026. What's the distinction between a surface treatment and a minor rehabilitation?
Surface treatment might be some sort of, okay, hold on, sorry. A surface treatment might be some sort of, exactly what it says is a treatment for the surface. So maybe there was some sort of application to be laid on top of the existing asphalt. Like,
okay. So something like microsurfacing?
Yes.
And then a minor rehabilitation, how it's a level up, I assume, from a surface treatment?
It is. It's more like a shave and pave.
Okay.
Mill and overlay.
Okay, understood. And then there's no major rehabilitation listed for the Red Hill Valley Parkway under this schedule anyways until 2042. Yep. What would a major rehabilitation entail?
Full reconstruction.
Okay.
Of the pavement structure.
Right. Registrar, you can take this down. Thank you. Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 377? So I have a couple of questions for you about this paper. So this is a paper by Mr. Moore, Dr. Uzarowski, and Dr. Henderson from Golder, and it is from March 2011, titled Using Instrumentation Data on an Active Highway for Pavement Management. Registrar, if you can take us to just pull up image 2 alongside image 1. And you'll see Mr. Andoga at the very bottom of this page. Registrar, could you call out under acknowledgements? There's a reference there that says the authors would like to thank Mr. Rick Andoga, PN from the City of Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, for providing documentation and help with the initial analysis. And just for reference, you're not a professional engineer, right?
No, that's made me giggle a little bit. Yeah.
So I'm assuming that that is an error in the drafting.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Did you contribute to this paper?
I must have. I don't know what I gave them.
Okay.
If I supplied them with something, I don't know.
The acknowledgement suggests that you assisted with the initial analysis. Do you remember what initial analysis that would have been?
I do not.
Did you generally assist Mr. Moore with academic papers?
If there's an asset management component, usually we would do it. We wrote papers ourselves.
Okay. And when you, so I'm just taking it from this, that aside from this occasion, there may have been other occasions where you worked with Mr. Moore on academic papers?
Yeah.
Do you recall generally what was your role when the two of you worked together?
I would be the asset management, provided the information with regard to the asset management component.
So did you have a role in drafting, or was it more of a, he approached you and asked for information that he would then incorporate into the work?
Yeah, it would be more along those lines.
And for this particular publication, do you remember if you reviewed this paper before it was published?
I do not.
Do you recall whether or not you had any conversations with Mr. Moore about the paper?
I don't recall. This might have been created through informal discussions with Ludimir at my desk at the time. I really don't.
Informal discussions with Ludimir at your desk. So I take it that occasionally you would run into Dr. Uzarowski in the office?
Yes.
Was this during the time period that he had an office at the City of Hamilton or a desk?
No.
So in what circumstances would you encounter him?
He would pass by my desk on coming into the office, and we'd have a discussion either before or after his meeting usually.
Okay. So you think it's possible that this report and your acknowledgement in it could have come from a passing conversation with him?
Could have.
To your knowledge, what was Mr. Moore's contribution to this paper as compared to Dr. Henderson or Dr. Uzarowski's?
Yeah, I couldn't answer that. I don't know what this report is.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 63995? And image 4, please. So this is a long email exchange from 2013 where Stephen Cooper, who is in traffic engineering, is looking for a timeline on the resurfacing for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And you'll see the email in the middle is from Alan Jasvak, who I understand reported to you. And he responds to Mr. Cooper that the link had just been resurfaced in 2011. And he goes on to indicate that the Red Hill Valley Parkway will be resurfaced before the link's next resurfacing. And he suggests that the Red Hill Valley Parkway might be resurfaced around 2021. Do you remember this email exchange? You're, just for context, you're up at the top responding.
I don't recall the email, no.
As of October 2013, was it your understanding that the Red Hill Valley Parkway would likely be resurfaced in or around 2021?
Oh, sorry, what timeline? If it's
2021, just based on this email and what Mr. Jasvak has said to Mr. Cooper.
$13. I would believe that would be accurate.
So at that point, then in 2021, the Red Hill would have been about 14 years old. I know it's a
yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to challenge your arithmetic.
Coffee intake's reduced this morning. I'm sorry, but yes, it seems accurate. Yes.
Why was it your expectation that the Red Hill Valley Parkway would be resurfaced around 2021?
Hold on a minute here. Sorry. I think that's where it sat in within our capital financial program. So we had allocated a spot for it because of the amount of the expenditure required. So that's what Alan was probably reading off of as well, is the timeline identified for finance.
Okay. So when you say we'd allocated a spot for it, can you explain to me exactly what that means?
We identified a 10-year capital program, but we operated a larger program internally. 10-year was presented to council on an annual basis. So we had financial projections, we had to fill those projections and we would look at the timelines proposed for the Red Hill and find a holding spot for it.
So the holding spot for the Red Hill Valley Parkway was in roughly 2021. Is that because major resurfacing projects are planned well in advance? Like, is that the typical process within the city?
Yeah, that's standard practice.
Okay. And is that because of the expense or for the expense of other reasons?
We would ask for project scope for those projects within 3 years.
Okay.
That's what our goal was. And then anything beyond the 3 years, the priority for any type of project scope would fall off. But we would have to build those financial models. So to answer the question, it was just a holding spot for the Red Hill rehabilitation.
Okay. So when you say that you would ask for the scopes 3 years in advance, does that mean that 3 years in advance of 2021, in order to maintain the Red Hill project in that holding spot, you would need to receive a project scope for it?
We would start building something like the Red Hill. Yeah, we'd have to be building that much further before.
So generally speaking, what would be your expectation about how much advance notice there would be for rehabilitation or repaving on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
How much time we would have or we would want? Is that what you're asking? Yeah,
like what would the typical timeline be from, this is a thing that we're going to do through to we're implementing this?
Okay, we would want, again, we were asking for 3 years. Given the complexity of the Red Hill, it may take 5 years to develop a project scope.
Okay, so for the Red Hill, you would expect that you would be trying to do that scope work about 5 years in advance of a resurfacing?
It would be preferred.
Okay. And what sort of factors go into whether or not that timeline is met?
Well, the finances have to be in order and we'd have to have the scope in place.
Registrar, you can take this down. Thank you. Registrar, could you please take us to OD5, image 12, paragraph 22? So in around 2005, Public Works or the City of Hamilton started releasing reports on Public Works assets titled State of the Infrastructure Reports. Were you involved in the preparation of the State of the Infrastructure Reports?
Yeah, they were started in 2003.
Oh, okay. And were you involved throughout the entire time period in which the reports were produced until you left the city?
Yes. Except the last one, I think. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Was there one that you weren't involved in?
The last one, very minimal, I believe.
Okay. What was your role in developing the State of the Infrastructure Reports?
They were done again through a number of internal meetings with a consultant. So it was through an interview process, and I would coordinate those meetings.
Okay. So the process then was quite similar to the process that was followed for the sustainability plan?
Very similar, yes.
Did you sit in on the interviews that the consultant had with city staff?
Some I did, some I did not.
Registrar, could you please take us to image 17, paragraph 30 of this document, please? So this is from the city's 2014 asset management plan. And it states that methodologies for the overall condition rating used in the State of the Infrastructure Reports relied on 3 metrics: condition and performance, capacity, and need versus available funding. Can you walk me through how each of these factors impact an asset's rating?
Oh, from what I recall, I don't know if they was evenly distributed. I don't recall if it was evenly distributed to get that grade.
Okay.
a lot of this is more, again, it was through a series of interviews. So it was discussions with those that managed the asset, and it would be their internal feelings, their gut feelings that would drive, the condition and performance capacity and what's needed out there.
Registrar, you can take this down, and if you can pull out paragraph 30, which is just below. So you'll see that there's this chart in the asset management plan that describes the ratings for the various assets owned by the city of Hamilton. The Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway are given a C, whereas the urban network or the urban road network receives a D+, and the rural network gets a C-.
Mhm.
Do you recall how those ratings were generated?
I do not recall. I believe there were basically justified feelings of the managers. So
Justified.
Yeah, if you look at those three, if you look at condition and capacity versus need and the finance, all those would come up with that trend line and give you a rating system. If as a manager of the Lincoln Alexander Expressway, if you were to ask about capacity, it's your gut feeling. Is that road at capacity? Is it an A, B, C, or D, or an E, or an F? And that's how those grades came about. And then the trend line is what's happening out there.
Okay.
So with the link that the condition of it was falling, there's no financial plan to support, and the capacity was growing.
Okay.
So it's a combination of all those three grades.
Right. And this is based primarily on the interpretation of the manager or the staff that are being interviewed about these assets?
Yeah.
Generally speaking, what does a C rating mean as compared to the D+ rating here that the urban network gets?
The difference between the two could be any one of those three items, but most of the impact was financial. There's no financial for the urban network. There's no financial support for it.
Okay. And when you say any one of the three items, you mean condition, performance, capacity, and need versus available funding?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Were you involved in the meetings about the Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway for this rating?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you recall what was said about the Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway at those meetings that resulted in them getting a C rating where other road systems rated lower?
I do not.
In your view, if council had approved funding for the sustainability plan for the Red Hill Valley and Parkway and Link, would that have improved the rating for those assets in the state of the infrastructure reports and asset management plans?
Yes.
Okay. In what way?
You'd have the financial commitment and support of council to implement the plan. And as the plan states, it was a matter of standard operating procedures to assist in the development of those operating procedures. That would have been groundbreaking in the industry.
It would have been groundbreaking. So it's something that wasn't generally done? No. Okay. So the sustainability plan then, in your view, was a bit innovative?
Definitely.
Would it have been your expectation that at the meetings with staff that were had in respect of the state of the infrastructure reports, if staff were implementing recommendations from the sustainability plan, they would have advised Stantec of that?
No.
Okay. Why not?
I don't believe. Oh, at this point in time, sorry, at this point in time. Yeah, that would possibly be brought forward.
Okay. Do you know if it was brought forward at any of the meetings that you attended?
I do not. I don't know what the detail or extent of how that was messaged.
Do you know if the other departments within Public Works had copies of the sustainability plan?
They did.
Okay. From their original work, like if they were major contributors, they would have had a copy, or it was distributed?
Well, the GMs had it. Probably some of the directors had it, so I don't know. Council had it. I don't know where it went from there.
So do you have direct knowledge that all of the other departments in Public Works had a copy of the sustainability plan?
Yes, they would have had it.
How?
There was an email that you showed me previously that showed the link, and not the road, but the actual document link to the network where it was posted.
Okay. So it was saved somewhere on the network that was accessible to all departments?
Yeah, and I believe we had hard copy at that time distribution too. I don't know to what extent. I can't recall what extent. But.
Do you remember what section, like where it was saved so that it would have been accessible to all departments in terms of the structure and document access within the city departments?
S drive was the corporate drive, so it was saved on an S drive or I don't recall if we had that actually on the city website at that given time.
Okay. You think the sustainability plan would have been posted to the S drive?
I know probably yeah, I would either the S drive or it was on our city website.
Okay. If the sustainability plan didn't receive funding, would it still have been posted to the website for the city of Hamilton?
Quite possibly.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you could take us to OD7, image 119, paragraphs 380 and 381. So I'm taking a bit of a step forward. We were in 2014 a moment ago, and we're stepping into March 2016 now. So in late March 2016, Derek Nunn, who I understand is from Norjon, reaches out to the city to schedule a meeting about a scrub seal. Is it relatively common for a provider, a consultant, or a materials person to suggest getting together to talk about new products and innovations to city staff?
Yes.
Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 33918? So this is the meeting invitation for the meeting, which is scheduled for April 27th, 2016, but the calendar invitation is sent around on April 4th, 2016. Registrar, could you just please pull out the invitees, so under 2 up there, so we can see them a little bit better? Yeah, just who the calendar invitation was sent to. And I know this is a little bit difficult to read.
That's fine.
Can you tell me who these individuals are? So the city staff invited, I see a number of them are from asset management.
Yeah.
And then there are a couple additional invitees. So Mike Beck is invited.
Design group, yes. Nick Petagrossi was out with us in asset management. George and Brian Hughes is operations group.
Okay. And Lisa Castronova, who sends around the invitation. What's her role at this point?
She was our assistant in asset management.
Okay. Registrar, you can close that call out. Thank you. And if you could take us to HAM 33919. So this is an email chain that's attached to this calendar invitation that we were just looking at.
Okay.
And if you could pull out both pages, please, Registrar. So image 1 and image 2. So you'll see on image 2 that on April 15, 2016, you send an email to Derek Nunn. And if you could just pull that out for us, please, Registrar, the big email on image 2. And so you write to Mr. Nunn and you say, next year, the city of Hamilton is proposing to address the pavement rehabilitation needs of both the Link and the Red Hill Valley Expressway. The objective is to improve skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Expressway, seal the existing pavement for the ramps of the Link, and extend pavement life, as well as increase the service levels of the roadway provides. We would like to invite Walker Industries to submit a proposal that recommends a rehabilitation strategy that would meet these objectives, in addition to completing a 500-meter test section this year. Do you recall sending this email to Mr. Nunn?
To some degree, yes.
When did you learn that the city was proposing to address pavement rehabilitation needs of the Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2017?
Probably very soon, very close to the date that this was sent.
Is that a decision that you would have made?
It was a mutual decision amongst the group.
Amongst the group, is the group asset management or is it engineering services?
Engineering services.
Was there a connection between the proposed rehabilitation of the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2017 and the recommendation that we were looking at earlier for a surface treatment on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in the sustainability plan in 2017?
This would fall under the guidelines of a surface treatment.
Okay, and was like the timing and the decision on the timing, was that at all connected to the recommendations in the sustainability plan?
Not at this point in time.
Okay. So you said that engineering services would have made the decision as a group. Can you walk me through how the decision would have been made?
It's actually a very simple process of a lot of eyes looking at the existing condition of the roadway and how that roadway is aging, and it would be a combination of those minds coming together to determine what to do with the roadway.
And when those minds come together, is that by way of a meeting, some other form of discussion?
Yeah, it would be very informal. It could be a passing in the hallway.
Okay. Do you recall who was involved within engineering services in making that decision? Like who those minds were that identified that the Red Hill Valley Parkway needed to be rehabilitated?
It would be members of it would be members of the groups of the sections within engineering services.
Okay. Do you recall specifically who?
I would think majority of the time it would be the seniors and above. So it would be the seniors and the managers of those groups, senior project managers of those groups and the managers of those groups. Along with, at this time, we would have the support of the director.
Okay. So the manager of your group was Sam Sadawi. Was he involved in making the decision?
I don't recall.
The director of engineering at this point in time is Gary Moore. Was he involved in making the decision?
I'm sure he was.
Okay. Actually, Registrar, can you close this down? And you'll see that on this email, you have copied Mr. Moore, Mr. Sadawi, Brian Hughes, and Paul McShane. Does that assist you at all in who was involved in making the decision that the Red Hill needed to be rehabilitated?
Well, the operational group, I can't recall if they had any input on telling us the existing condition of the road.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't recall. I'm sorry. If it came from engineering services, it was myself, Gary Moore, traditionally Mike Beck,
Okay.
Marco Odie, those kind of.
So those people were likely involved in making the decision?
That something needed to be done, yes.
Okay. Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Moore, Mr. Beck, Mr. Odie, or anyone else that you just listed as individuals that were generally involved in deciding when something needed to be done, about what specifically the pavement rehabilitation needs of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link were before you sent this email?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Do you recall having any discussions with any of the individuals that you just listed? So Mr. Moore, Mr. Odie, Mr. Beck, about what the specific pavement rehabilitation needs were for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link before you sent this email?
We would have had a discussion, but again, it would be based on very, it would be created through a visual inspection of the roadway. So with regard to what we have, you know, in the toolbox to fix it, at this point in time, we don't know what we're doing yet.
And would part of that discussion have been about what the specific needs were for each of the roadways?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question again. Can you repeat?
Would part of that discussion have been about what the specific rehabilitation needs were for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the Link?
They could be, at this given time, again, we're looking for something, some sort of rehabilitation or surface treatment that we can do to correct the defects in the roadway.
Okay. So you say to Mr. Nunn in this email that the objective is to improve skid resistance of the Red Hill Valley Expressway, seal the existing pavement for the ramps of the Link, and extend pavement life, as well as increase the service levels the roadway provides. So the first objective listed for the Red Hill Valley Parkway is improving the skid resistance. Did you come up with that objective for the Red Hill Valley Parkway repaving or rehabilitation?
I can't take credit for it. No, I don't know if that was one of the aspects we were looking at when we. This must have been the result of a meeting and a collaboration. Now, to what extent, I don't know. It could be a meeting at somebody's desk for all it was worth. So again, at this time, we're looking at a low-cost rehabilitation technique that we could actually apply to both roadways. Improving skid resistance would fall under, if you put a slurry seal or some sort of seal on that roadway that could reduce friction. We didn't want that to happen. So one of our primary concerns, or what I was trying to do, was direct Derek to a product in the selection process. So something within his toolbox that would increase the friction and extend the life of the roadway.
As I read this email, it's saying that the objective specific to the Red Hill Valley Parkway is improving skid resistance.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes on to list different objectives for the rehabilitation of the Link. Why is skid resistance specifically listed as an objective for the Red Hill Valley Parkway rehabilitation?
Because we wanted a product to improve the skid resistance opposed to reducing the skid resistance because of the alignment of the roadway, because of the speeds on that roadway.
Okay. So that's because of the speeds on the roadway?
Part of it, I would assume at this time.
Okay. What's the rest of it?
Well, it's the alignment. The alignment and operating of that roadway.
Okay, what do you mean?
It was over capacity at given times of the day.
Okay. And when you say alignment, what do you mean by that?
Curvature, the alignment of the roadway, pavement.
Did someone give you the objective of improving skid resistance to put into the email for the objective of the Red Hill Valley Parkway rehabilitation?
To the best of my knowledge, I believe that it was discussed through the collaboration of that development of the email.
Okay. So it would have been discussed when you decided that the Red Hill Valley Parkway needed to be rehabilitated in 2017. And I think that you said that the individuals that you thought would have been involved in that were Mr. Moore, Mr. Odie, Mr. Beck, yourself. Out of that group of people, did anyone have expertise about friction testing or skid resistance?
I wouldn't know.
At that meeting, when you discussed the objectives for the repaving, did someone discuss specifically friction or skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't recall.
And just to circle back on the distinction between the objective for the link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway, can I safely assume that the city wouldn't want to rehabilitate the link with a product that would create an issue with skid resistance either?
Oh, definitely not.
Okay, so then this specific reference to the objective for the Red Hill Valley Parkway skid resistance improvement, that can't just be coming from concerns about Norjon producing a product recommendation that's going to decrease skid resistance, can it?
I'm sorry again?
So then if the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link, neither of which the city wants to pave or rehabilitate with something that would increase skid resistance. Actually, let me come at this a different way. So we have this list of objectives for the repaving. We have the specific objective being to improve skid resistance for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And we don't have that objective being listed for the Link rehabilitation, despite the fact that I think we can safely assume, and you've agreed that we can safely assume, that the city doesn't want to rehabilitate the link with something that would decrease skid resistance. So then can I assume that this specific objective of increasing skid resistance for the Red Hill Valley Parkway is coming from something other than just concerns that Norjon is going to propose a product that is going to decrease skid resistance?
I can't answer that. My concern was to get some product to improve the skid resistance, in the sense that we didn't want to create a problem out there.
Okay,
So
but then,
as far as other people, what they were saying or doing, I can't recall.
okay, you didn't want to create a problem, but based on the phrasing of this email, you're only focused on not creating a problem on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
For skid resistance, because I don't think that with the link, there was no issue or issue with regard to improving skid resistance on the link.
Okay, so there was an issue with improving skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway then in 2016?
Well, it would be more important because the alignment again on the road.
Okay. And because I think you said there were other factors in that as well as speed. Were there any other factors?
I don't recall specific.
Was this an objective of the repaving for the Red Hill Valley Parkway, sorry, the rehabilitation for the Red Hill Valley Parkway? Because at this point you'd been advised of concerns about friction levels on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I was not advised of any friction concerns on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay. As of 2016, had you been advised of or reviewed the trade wind report?
No.
And the trade wind report and friction levels on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, were they discussed at the meeting that you had about the rehabilitation of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, or in the discussions that you had?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you know if you were present for all of the meetings about the rehabilitation and its objectives?
No, I wouldn't be involved in all the meetings, I'm sure.
Okay. Why do you say that?
I'm sure there was plenty of meetings to be held. I may have allocated even to some of those meetings, whether, Alan Jasrak that worked for me at that time attend the meeting.
Okay.
There was no need for me to be at all the meetings.
Okay. And I'm asking specifically about the meeting where it was decided, or the discussions where it was decided that the Red Hill Valley Parkway would be rehabilitated. Would you have been involved in all of the meetings about that decision?
I would not know.
As of 2016, what, if anything, did you know about safety concerns on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
All I would have known is whatever would be in the Hamilton Spectator.
Okay. You read the Spectator fairly regularly?
No.
Okay. So why would you have been aware about concerns raised in the Hamilton Spectator?
You'd hear about it if there was an accident on the Red Hill. You'd hear about it.
From whom?
In the papers. You'd hear about it in the papers.
Okay, you'd hear about it in the papers, but I think you said that you weren't a regular reader. So how did you know that it was being covered in the papers?
I don't faithfully, look at the Spectator every day, but if you're gonna get the, there's radio, there's news on the news, you'd hear about it, so.
So you would hear about accidents or collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway when they occurred?
Sure.
So they're generally covered by the media?
Yep.
Did that lead you to have any concerns about the safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Nope.
Were you aware of or involved in conversations about safety on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in engineering services as of April 2016?
I don't believe so.
Do you recall if safety was discussed at all in the decision or the discussions that you had around making the decision to rehabilitate the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2017?
I had nothing to initiate it, no. In the sense I say that nothing was brought forward to bring this project forward.
Okay, so you say you had nothing to initiate it. Was it raised by anyone else in those discussions?
Correct.
It wasn't, sorry.
Well, I don't know what you mean by in discussions, but like typically if there was an issue, there'd be an email or we would discuss it at our coordination meetings. And then, yeah, sure, we can accelerate projects based on certain needs and demands, I would call it. But to the best of my knowledge, the project was initiated because of the cracking on the Red Hill.
Okay, so this is coming back to the comment that you made earlier about black cracking on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Is that right?
This is very early in the stage of where the project birth occurred. So this is basically the start, I would think, around this timeline.
Okay. What was the concern with cracking on the Red Hill?
To protect that pavement structure.
And where had cracking been identified?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall who identified it or raised it as an issue?
No, I do not.
As of 2016, when you send this email, had you heard anecdotal concerns about the level of skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't know. I don't recall unless there's something, accusations made in the Spectator.
Okay. Speaking of the Spectator, I want to jump forward briefly in time. Registrar, could you take this down and take us to OD10, image 193, paragraphs 515 and 516? I'm just stepping forward into this because it relates back to the email that we're talking about right now.
Okay.
So this is jumping forward to some media requests that happen after the trade wind report is disclosed to the public. So on April 9th, on April 4th, 2019, Miss O'Reilly, who is with the Hamilton Spectator, emails Mr. McKinnon and Miss Jasmine Graham, who's a communications officer with the city, a question that relates specifically to you. So you'll see that she says, in the FOI documents, there is an April 15, 2016 email from Richard Ndoga to a guy at Walker Industries, and that I believe is the email that we were just looking at.
Yep.
About planned rehabilitation work for the Link and Red Hill. The following year, the email invites Walker Industries to submit a proposal for the work that would include testing 500 meters. She asks about the testing, whether it happens, and then she goes on to say, also in the email, Richard lists the reasons for the rehabilitation. One is the objective is to improve skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And she says, how is that an objective if no one was aware of the trade wind report? And so this is circulated internally for answers. And Ms. Graham drafts a response. Registrar, could you take us to OD10, image 198, paragraph 520, which I think is just one page over. Yes. Sorry, go back. 20. You'll see the very bottom of this red and black. So Registrar, if you can call out the last paragraph that's in black and then followed by yes, that's right there. Yes. So you'll see Ms. Graham prepares a draft response for the Hamilton Spectator to this question. And she says, again, while we anticipate that the investigation will help to shed more light on this matter, Rick has shared with us that during this time, staff were reviewing surface treatment methods to prolong lifespans of various roads in Hamilton, including the Red Hill Valley Parkway. At this time, we suspect this objective came as a result of anecdotal evidence related to skid resistance on the Parkway. Were you involved in preparing this draft response that Ms. Graham circulates?
No, no. I don't recall this at all.
Do you recall any discussions with Ms. Graham about this question from Ms. O'Reilly at the Spectator?
No.
Any discussions with anyone else within your group or with Mr. McKinnon or someone else in Public Works asking questions about this in 2019?
No, 2019.
Yes, sorry, this is in 2019. So the exchange with the Spectator is in February 2019.
Well, I probably talked to Jasmine directly with regard to, we're investigating, rehabilitation strategies, but other than that, that was it.
Okay, so you think, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't recall anything that's anecdotal evidence. No, I don't know what you're talking about there.
Okay. So in your view, is that sentence there, at this time, we suspect this objective came as a result of anecdotal evidence related to skid resistance on the Parkway. Is that sentence inaccurate then in your view?
If she's saying I said it, yeah, it's inaccurate because it wasn't a concern of mine.
If she's not saying that you said it?
If she's saying I did not say it, I don't know what she knows opposed to what I know. I don't know if she knew more or.
Okay. So in 2016, to your knowledge, there were no discussions of anecdotal evidence about skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
But I think we can safely assume you can't speak to discussions that were happening that you weren't involved in.
Yeah, that's a fair statement.
Okay. And so when you say that you can't comment on it, if she's not saying it was you that said it, that's what you mean, right?
Yeah, I don't know what she's, I read that and it sounds like she's implying that we're doing the work because of a skid resistance issue, and that's not the case.
Okay. And to your understanding, why were you doing the work?
Prolong the life of the asset. So the problem is that was perpetual pavement. We needed to save that pavement structure. With the top-down cracking that was occurring, that was the major concern. And hence we were looking at a possible sealing operation in alliance with what was done under the Red Hill Valley or the sustainability report with regard to surface treatment. Again, that was very early in the project life in 2016.
Okay, understood. And so if that was the primary aim of the rehabilitation, can you shed any light on why improving skid resistance is listed as the main objective for the rehabilitation in that email to Mr. Nunn?
Well, I don't. It was a concern in the sense that we wanted to improve it, opposed to put down some sort of slurry seal or some sort of application that would, again, reduce the friction. That being a concern because of the speed and the alignment of the roadway. We are also concerned about separation. If we put anything on that roadway, will it come off? So again, we were ignorant when it comes to what was available at the given time with regard to that roadway, what can be used on that roadway. So we are reaching out to Derek to provide us some sort of, if he had something in his toolbox that we can use as a low-cost solution to seal that top asphalt off, opposed to traditional methods.
And as compared to the link, were you particularly concerned about the risk of some sort of product that would reduce skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Less concerned because the road was straight. And again, we were just reaching, I can't recall the actual condition of the link at that given time. I'm not sure if a slurry seal was possible. Again, we were just reaching out to consultants for their input and the expertise on their products.
Okay. So would you say that there was more concern about putting something that would reduce skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway than the link?
Yes.
Okay. And that comes back to the factors that you've already listed. Which I think were alignment, speeding. Is that right?
Yes.
So just to close off this section about Ms. O'Reilly's question. So her question is, how was that the objective if no one was aware of the trade wind report? Or why was that the objective if no one was aware of the trade wind report? If you had been consulted in preparing this draft response, how would you have answered that question?
Well, I think I was consulted.
Okay,
I
sorry.
but I don't understand why that last sentence is there.
Okay.
That's not something that obviously wasn't discussed.
I mean, I think that last sentence is going to the question of how that was the objective if no one was aware of the trade wind report. So just to close this off, why was the objective of the rehabilitation in 2016 to improve skid resistance if no one was aware of the trade wind report at that time?
Again, we were directing towards materials. So we were looking, I was directing towards the type of material that we could actually use on that roadway.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this off and we'll step back to April 2016. Could you pull out HAM 33919? And pull out image 2 as well, please. So just to close this off, as of April 15, 2016, when you sent this email, had you ever seen or heard of the trade wind report?
No, I don't believe so.
Had you seen the 2014 Golder report that appended the trade wind report?
No.
Had you reviewed or been advised of any safety reports prepared by SEMA about the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
Generally speaking, how familiar were you with friction testing results and how one might improve skid resistance on a roadway as of April 2016?
To look at results, it would be hieroglyphics to me. I wouldn't know what I'd be looking at. I've never seen testing reports.
Did you have a general sense of how one might improve skid resistance on a roadway?
Generally, I spent 20 years at the city of Hamilton, and within those 20 years, there's a couple of occasions where skid resistance was an issue or perceived issue. Possibly accident orientated. I don't know. It wasn't handled through our group. But those were handled through traffic engineering and road operations. So they'd be identified locations of improvement.
And what was done at those locations to improve it?
Surface condition improvements.
Okay. And that was handled through traffic operations?
Identified by and completed by road operations.
Okay. And when did that happen and on what roads?
Oh God.
If you can remember.
No, sorry. There was Upper Sherman at the top of the Sherman access. I recall there was an S-bend there that people were hitting the house on the corner. That house subsequently got walls and
in front of it, and then there was surface improvements made. There's another hill in Dundas that was perceived slippery, and that was received a resurfacing as well.
Do you know what time period that would have been?
I'm sorry, I'd be guessing 10 years. No, I've been retired too, so maybe 10 years ago. I'm assuming.
So it was. Do you think it would have been before 2016?
On occasion, yes. On occasion, yes.
The hill that you referenced in Dundas, would that be the Queen Street Hill?
No, I don't believe it was Queen Street Hill. I don't recall the name of it. Millet Hill? Is it Millet Hill? Maybe something. It was very. I don't recall.
Okay. So in your view, who, if anyone at the city, had expertise in friction testing methodologies and methods for improving skid resistance on roadways?
I don't know anybody within the city that had that expertise to find.
So what did the city do when it needed expertise in skid resistance or friction testing?
Utilize the consultant roster.
As of April 2016, had you requested any friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway to assess the existing skid resistance levels?
No,
Do you know if anyone in engineering services had done so?
I do not.
Regular skid resistance testing is identified as one of the key factors of roadway safety in the sustainability plan. Do you know why steps weren't taken to implement regular skid resistance testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I do not.
In your view, who would have been responsible for trying to operationalize that recommendation after the plan wasn't funded?
It'd be brought forward through traffic engineering.
Because it's for safety
concern.
purposes?
Yes.
If it were framed as something that were for asset management purposes, as opposed to for safety purposes, would that change which department had responsibility for it?
It's a safety issue, though. If you're asking me if I would have completed, I don't believe anybody is in the industry of asset management completes friction testing to assess the asphalt.
Okay, so it's not something that's generally done as a maintenance or asset management practice?
Not within a municipality that I'm aware of.
And because the sustainability plan identified friction testing as being primarily for safety purposes, you would consider it something that was the responsibility of traffic operations?
Yeah.
So in the run up to this email exchange, you hadn't had any discussions about friction testing or friction levels on the Red Hill Valley Parkway with anyone in engineering services?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Had Mr. Moore told you he was in possession of friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever discuss friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway with Mr. Moore? So that's distinct from this exchange in 2016 at any time in your...
No, don't believe so.
So in this email to Mr. Nunn, you asked for a proposal to address the objective of the rehabilitation and reference that a 500-meter test section should be completed in 2016. Was that test section a precursor to the full rehabilitation of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link?
It would have been, yes.
And who would have been responsible for assessing the effectiveness of the test section?
Primarily through Mr. Moore, because of his asphalt knowledge. It would be also through design construction personnel.
So as we've discussed, one of the objectives for the Red Hill Valley Parkway rehabilitation is improving skid resistance. How would that objective and the test section's ability to meet that objective have been assessed?
I would not know.
Who would have been responsible for assessing whether or not the test section was successful on that grounds?
It would probably be the collaboration of those previously identified. So it would be Mr. Moore, design and construction staff, and myself, who would comment on
it. Could that assessment or the assessment of the test strip have been done without knowledge of the existing state of the friction levels on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So in order to assess whether or not the objective of improving skid resistance has been met with the test strip, could that have been done without knowledge of the existing friction levels on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I'm not understanding the question. One more time, sorry. Please.
So the objective of the rehabilitation for the Red Hill Valley Parkway is to improve skid resistance.
Okay.
And there's going to be a test strip, which is going to be assessed to see if it meets the criteria and the objectives of the rehabilitation. Could that test strip have been assessed with respect to whether or not it improved the friction levels on the Red Hill Valley Parkway without knowledge of prior friction levels on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I think it's I think we were maybe a little confused of what we were asking for. So we were asking for something with some sort of skid resistance product, opposed to something being so-called slippery. Anything with regard to friction characteristics of that application, I would assume Norjon would have. So if friction was a concern, or to us, one of the questions that we would ask the supplier is about those friction characteristics. So we would know the friction characteristics of that application. So if we were to throw that product down the entire roadway, we would know the friction levels at that time.
Okay. But how would you know if it had met the objective of improving?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, we would not know.
Okay.
But that's not what we were looking for. We were looking just for the product to cover up that roadway that had a friction characteristic.
Okay. So I think I understand that what you're saying is that in your view, you actually didn't intend for the main objective of the rehabilitation in 2016 to be improving skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway Expressway. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. It wasn't the key overall player. It was just part and parcel of it, of the selection process.
Okay. So why draft the email this way to Mr. Nunn?
I was trying to direct him in a certain direction through his toolbox, opposed to let him look at the broad spectrum of product. I wanted to narrow it down for him. So I was trying to give him whatever we had.
Did anyone that you've copied on this email from the city approach you after you sent this email to speak to you about the way that you'd frame the objective for the rehabilitation and identifying skid resistance as the objective?
No.
If improving the skid resistance wasn't the main point of the rehabilitation project, would you have concerns about the way this email is framed in that it doesn't seem to indicate what the main objective of the project is for Mr. Nunn in terms of putting together a proposal for you?
I feel the email gives him the information he needed to give us a proposal of product. If that's what you're asking.
Okay. And where does it do that?
When I ask him to extend life.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. And if you could take us to OD7, image 120 at paragraph 383. So you'll see that on April 15, 2016, you email Mr. Beck and Ms. Jacob, who are in design, and you advise them that asset management had programmed the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link for rehabilitation in 2017. Registrar, can you just call out this email so it's a little bigger for us to look at? Why did you send this email to Mr. Beck and Ms. Jacob?
To notify them of the project timeline. So they're our design group, so they'd have to know because they have to do their allocations on their side of allocating staff to resources and that. So if we're coming in 2017, what year was this sent out? Sorry, 2016?
Yes.
So that's pretty aggressive timeline. So we would want just to let them know as soon as possible that this is coming through. It's a big project, big road, right?
Okay. And so you tell Mr. Beck and Ms. Jacob that the objective is to improve skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway Expressway.
Yeah.
Can you tell me why?
Yeah, this was just a copy of the other email.
Okay. For their roles in design, did Mr. Beck and Ms. Jacob need to understand the objective for the rehabilitation?
Yeah,
Did
because
you
they're
have,
included in the selection, the rehabilitation selection process.
okay. Did you have discussions with them after you sent this email about what your view was in terms of the actual objective of the Red Hill Valley Parkway rehabilitation?
I think by the time this email went out, our view was already mutually understood. So we were working together at this time. It's just more importantly, the timeline.
Okay. So in your view, would they have been involved in those discussions about the rehabilitation and the decision to rehabilitate the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Definitely.
So you go on to say that both Miller Group and Norjon have been invited to provide a proposal. Do you recall or know whether or not Miller Group ever did provide a proposal?
If I recall correctly, they're one and the same.
I don't think that's right. I think that Norjon is part of Walker Industries and Miller Group is separate.
Okay. I don't recall a Miller Group submitting anything.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to OD7, image 120, paragraph 384, which is just below. So you'll see that Mr. Beck responds to you and he says, interesting, are we thinking about microservicing? To which you respond, yes, sir. Why were you thinking about microsurfacing?
We wanted a low cost solution, something out that would fall in line with that timeline again with what was identified in the state of the infrastructure report for the Red Hill. So again, very early in the selection stage. So we would go through this kind of process to determine the proper rehabilitation process.
Why would Mr. Beck guess from this email that you sent him that you were considering microsurfacing specifically?
Mike and I worked very close together, and we were both interested in newer products, the use of newer products. He had his interests and I had mine, and I think that's where this come by.
And my understanding is that microsurfacing treatments are quite distinct from resurfacing or repaving. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely.
And microsurfacing, is that generally viewed as a maintenance practice?
Yes. Even a mill and pave can be considered a maintenance practice.
When is microsurfacing generally employed as a maintenance practice?
Early in the life of the asset.
Okay. And under what circumstances?
It'd be early in the stage, so it'd be minor defects. Minor cracking, minor defects. If you can imagine, it's just a liquid on top, right? So it's not really changing profile or anything like that.
There's a section in the sustainability plan, which I can take you to if you'd like, that identifies microsurfacing as one of the maintenance practices that can address low friction characteristics on a roadway. Were you thinking about microsurfacing because it could increase skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Could increase? No.
So that wasn't part of why you were considering microsurfacing for the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2017?
Correct.
You can close this down, Registrar. And if you could take us to OD7, image 121, paragraph 385 to 386. So Mr. Nunn submits a proposal for something called ultra thin bonded wearing course in response to your email to him. Mm-hmm. You circulate that proposal internally and you say for discussion at our meeting with Norjon on Wednesday. Am I correct that the bonded wearing course discussion basically gets added to that agenda for the meeting that was originally going to be about the scrub seal product?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, yeah.
Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 33921? So this is the letter that you received from Norjon about the ultra-thin bonded wearing course. Registrar, could you please pull out the third paragraph of the letter? So you'll see the letter indicates that bonded wearing course is an ultra-thin lift of hot mix asphalt suitable for high-speed traffic. It extends pavement life by sealing the existing surface and greatly improves skid resistance, particularly in wet conditions. Mm-hmm. With the use of premium aggregates, there are a number of other benefits that bonded wearing course provides, and it does have some limitations. So my understanding from this is that Mr. Nunn is emphasizing that bonded wearing course meets the objective identified in your email, which is improving skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Is that right?
Correct.
There's also a specific reference to bonded wearing course, improving skid resistance in wet conditions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Sorry, not on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, generally.
The product itself, yeah. The product itself has improved skid resistance and in wet conditions, yes, okay. Yep.
At the time that you received this letter on April 25th, 2016, were you aware that there was a high proportion of wet surface condition collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway as compared to the link, the city and provincial averages?
No.
Is that something that you would have expected to be made aware of in your role in asset management?
No, no, not myself, no. Not unless it was a concern. Again, if it was brought forward through traffic engineering, that's a different issue.
Why would it be a different issue if it was brought forward through traffic engineering?
Well, I wouldn't have knowledge of anything going on at the Red Hill.
Okay. When it comes time to program scopes for rehabilitation or resurfacing projects, do you generally expect to be provided with reports or other information about the roadways that you're doing programming for?
If it pertains to, typically, no. Again, we're acting upon pavement conditions. So we're looking more at cracks, deterioration of the road. We also look at the service of the road that it provides. So we're looking at master planning documents. That's typically brought forward through a planning group. We have to coordinate again with development, that kind of thing. So with regard to reports, no, we would get cores of the existing pavement structures and send that through with the project scope to design.
So I think you said earlier, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that there are circumstances in which a rehabilitation or a repaving program would be accelerated due to safety concerns or other items raised by other public works departments. How would you expect the need to accelerate a rehabilitation or a repaving project to come to your attention?
Typically, the department would just identify it and bring it forward through our project coordination meetings. So if there was, say, a perceived safety issue that had to be addressed through a capital improvement plan, or if we had a capital improvement in 5 years, if we were brought forward, something was brought forward as a safety concern, we may be able to bring that project, it would come up higher in priority and then bring forward possibly in 3 years. Because it typically took us on any average local road reconstruction project about a good 3 years to deliver.
So you would expect the department that identified the safety concern to advance it and flag the need for possible.
They would have to flag the need, yes. And then we would adjust the timeline.
Okay.
Or they would pursue it on their own. That would always be an option.
Okay. And what mechanisms were available to them to pursue it on their own?
Again, it depends on whether that work could be done through operations or existing contracts throughout the city, that kind of thing.
Okay. Registrar, you could close this out. And if you can take us to OD7, image 121, paragraphs 387 and 388, please. So Mr. Moore responds to you in respect to the calendar appointment and email about the Norjon meeting. And he says that he doesn't have the meeting in his calendar. Did you have any, and you respond that he doesn't need to be there. Did you have any other conversations with Mr. Moore about whether he needed to be at this meeting with Norjon?
I don't recall.
What do you recall about the meeting on April 27th with Norjon?
I really don't recall much. I recall that we did a I can't even forget the name, the sweep treatment. We did a test sample of that up in the Stony Creek Mountain, I believe, but other than that, I don't recall. I know we did some sample sections too with the product he recommended for the Red Hill, but we did that on local streets.
Okay.
As far as saying no to or not accepting the product for the Red Hill and Link, I don't recall.
Okay, you don't recall if bonded wearing course was employed or why it wasn't?
Why it wasn't, well, I think why it wasn't cost effective to do it.
Okay. Registrar, you could close this down, and if you can take us to OD7, image 122, paragraphs 390 and 391. So this is an email exchange that you have with Mr. Sfelli, who is actually someone who is at Miller group about the Dartnell Roads drawing. So you sent him an email and he responds with this lengthy email here. If you don't mind just taking a moment to review it, you'll see that he's speaking about driving the Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay.
And you'll see at the bottom of this email, he says, Brad feels that micro is a good option. However, we need to allow for some pre-construction repairs, potholes, crack ceilings, base.
Yeah.
Does this email exchange refresh your memory as to whether or not Miller Group ever submitted a proposal for work on or rehabilitation on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, sorry, it does not.
Okay. Do you remember if Miller Group ever specifically proposed microsurfacing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway or link, aside from what's noted here at the bottom of this email?
I do not recall.
You can close this down, Registrar, and if you can take us to OD7, image 123, paragraphs 393 to 394. So you'll see in November 2016, you have an email exchange with Mr. Nunn about the bonded wearing course on residential roadways, which I think relates to your comment earlier that there were some test strips of bonded wearing course run on residential roads in Hamilton. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. We used it on a number of streets.
Okay. And so then Mr. Nunn responds to you. And I think that this email actually continues on to the next image, Registrar. Sorry about that. If you can pull up the next image over. Yeah. So you'll see this email continues and Mr. Nunn asks you, he says, also have to ask about the Dartnell ramps, Link, Red Hill, and Strachan. Norjon is poised to make an investment in the equipment to do more bonded wearing course, and it makes it easier to justify if we know the city of Hamilton plans to continue using the product with a rough idea of on annual quantities. We should get together very soon for some holiday cheer to discuss. Does this help to refresh your memory at all about the proposed test strips for the bonded wearing course on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
It does not. I'm sorry, it does not. I think at this given time, I think, I don't know if this time or probably not this time through Derek's email, but we had concerns about the cost. I think that was the issue. And then you're talking about, there's cost benefit analysis that looks at what needs to be done out there, and then, more traditional shave and pave and life expectancy. So that was, I don't think we were pursuing the bonded wearing course if not this time, very soon.
As of 2016, within engineering services, did you consider the need for rehabilitation work on the Red Hill Valley Parkway at all urgent?
At 2016 for the Red Hill?
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it urgent, no.
Would you describe it in some other way?
Typical. The Red Hill is a big road, so it has a big impact on the city. So we would take, it could be 4 or 5 years before we get out there to do something.
So this was in respect of rehabilitation that you were hoping to do in 2017.
Yeah, because this would have a low impact if we were able to go out there and just spray the roadway with something.
Right. So as of 2017, was any rehabilitation work completed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Not that I'm aware. I don't recall if operations went out there and did something or not.
Okay, but there was nothing done by your group?
Not that I'm aware, no.
Okay. Why not?
Anything that would be done by us would be considered a capital improvement. It's more of a total rehabilitation opposed to a maintenance. If it was a maintenance procedure, it'd be done by maintenance. So whether they were out there, fixing settlement areas or whatever, I don't know.
Just to clarify, though, you were originally sending emails for a proposed rehabilitation of the Red Hill in 2017. And it doesn't seem like that is done. At what point was it decided and that there wouldn't be a rehabilitation on the Red Hill Valley Parkway by your group in 2017?
Well, I probably at the time when we decided that bonded wearing course wasn't adequate rehabilitation technique. So that whatever time that was, it was probably rolled up very quickly.
And were you considering other rehabilitation methods besides bonded wearing course for 2017?
I don't believe so.
Why not?
I think that would be the best solution, given, like, if there was a product out there that we could have used. We pursued the hot in place application.
Okay.
So we were looking at different options, but if there wasn't nothing in the, say, surface treatment industry that could help us, then we ruled that out, and then hot in place was rolled out.
Okay.
Hence the traditional methods, right?
Okay, so when you say hence the traditional methods, was the reason that there wasn't a rehabilitation pursued in 2017 because you decided that you needed to consider a repave once bonded wearing course was ruled out?
It was an ongoing process, yes.
Commissioner, I see I've taken us a little bit past our scheduled morning break, and I'm about to move on to another topic of conversation. So now may be an ideal time for a break.
Okay, let's come back. Let's adjourn then until 10 to 12.
Thank you.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Andoga, before the break, I was changing to a new topic. And so I want to revisit the issue of the state of the infrastructure reports, but this time the ones from 2016 and 2017. Registrar, could you please take us to OD5, image 19, paragraph 35? In late 2016, Stantec submits a report titled City of Hamilton 2016 State of the Infrastructure Report and Asset Report Card to the city. You're listed again as a member of this project team. Is your involvement in this State of the Infrastructure Report similar to your involvement in the earlier State of the Infrastructure reports that we discussed?
Yes. Yep. In dealing with roads, I'd have comment. Yep.
So you were facilitating the meetings between Stantec and city staff?
Yes.
Do you recall if you sat in on meetings for this report?
I probably did. Yes.
Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 45368? And so this is the State of the Infrastructure Report for 2016. Registrar, could you please take us to image 16? So you'll see down at the bottom that there's another set of report card grades for the city's assets, similar to the ones that we looked at in the earlier reports.
Yeah.
The road network rating improved from a D- in 2009 to a C in 2016. What did that indicate?
I believe what did that indicate? The increase?
Sure. What was the basis of the increase?
Physical condition is generally in fair condition. So I'm reading the comments. That would tell me that at that given time, there's probably an increase in funding to some degree. Possibly the planning of how things were completed. So that would increase the grade.
And I see the comment also says there's a lack of dedicated fundings to sustain assets. Are you able to expand on that for me at all?
That's pretty much standard comment because we didn't have sustainable funding at that given time in our roads program. Hence, we were having a deficit every year.
When you say we didn't have sustainable funding, can you expand on exactly what that means for me?
We calculated how much money we needed to maintain a service level. Without sustainable funding, the service level declines. If you have sustainable funding, it's basically a flat line of service level. So you're going to maintain a certain level. The road conditions will be maintained at a certain level. If you have an overabundance of funding, that increases that service level. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes sense. So were you requesting that level to maintain the flat line from council?
We were pushing that an increase in funding continuously every year.
Okay, and what was generally the outcome?
Thank you very much. We did receive some funding, but it's nowhere near the sustainable amount we needed.
Okay, so it wasn't sufficient to allow you to maintain that flat line.
No, not by any means. Every year the infrastructure deficit grew.
Okay. Where were the funding sources that were available to maintain the city's road network in 2016 coming from?
Development charges. There's the gas tax allocation, federal gas tax allocation. If there's any programs at any given time through the government, we would get funding from there or capital tax dollars.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to image 66 of this report? So this is a section under life expectancy that explains a bit the basis for those ratings for the road system. Registrar, could you call out the top of this page, so where the text is? So this section of the report indicates that since the completion of the 2009 State of the Infrastructure Report, the city has increased maintenance and renewal. The physical condition of the road network is generally poor to fair, except for the expressways, which are in good condition. The road network capacity is in generally good condition. A lack of dedicated and consistent funding for roads continues to be a problem. So I understand this is a bit of an expansion of the smaller comment that we were looking at earlier.
Yeah, that would be good. That'd be correct.
And then it goes on to list positive factors contributing to the condition ratings. And one of those positive factors, number one there, is the expressway system was improved to reflect a recent safety review. I'm assuming that the expressway system is a reference to the link in the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Yes.
Do you know which safety report is being referenced here in the report?
I do not.
Do you know if the safety report being referred to was shared with Stantec by city staff?
I do not. I do not know.
Would it have been discussed at those meetings between Stantec and city staff?
Given the comment, I'm sure it has been, yes.
I think you said earlier that often the meetings between city staff and the consultants were based on the group being interviewed's general view about the assets. Do you know if that is how Stantec came to learn about the safety report?
I'm sure they did. That's what they would have found out that way.
Was Stantec given any prior reports or other information about the Red Hill Valley Parkway as part of its work on the State of the Infrastructure Report?
I would not know.
Who would have been responsible for providing them with information about reports that had been done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, if anyone?
Well, it would be through the discussion process. So if they were sitting there and having a discussion about the Red Hill, whoever it may be, if they were to bring in, say that, you know, about a safety review, for instance, for this, the response would be, you know, can you send me that? Or it depends on the discussion.
Okay, so you would expect the staff who raised the report to send it to Stantec?
That's typically what would happen.
In preparing the sustainability report, the State of the Infrastructure reports, was there a general process before the meetings with staff began for collecting information that Stantec might need or want to review in the work on the State of the Infrastructure report?
That would be up to probably those being interviewed if they had any viable documentation, but then it probably would not go before the meeting, but maybe brought to the meeting or for thereafter the meeting.
Okay. So asset management wasn't collecting a catalog of reports for Stantec to review before they got into those meetings with city staff?
No, again, this process was more interviews and more of a gut feeling of from those that manage the roadway.
Okay. So I think you indicated earlier that you weren't present at all interviews that Stantec had with city staff. Was another member of the project team generally present?
Typically, no. If there was a meeting with a certain group, I would probably be there to introductions and do a little intro, and then I guess depending on the discussion, depending on the topic, I would excuse myself and let the consultants obtain the information they needed.
Okay. Generally, what discussions would you stay for and which discussions would you excuse yourself from?
It's depending on asset management type principles with regard to the roadway.
So
So
you-
it's more about the existing condition and certain metrics of how old the network is and that kind of stuff.
So you'd stay for discussions that you thought would touch on asset management.
Yeah, that I could add input to.
What mechanisms were in place for the project team to satisfy itself that Stantec was receiving all relevant information for its work?
That was done typically between the consultant and the group, or I would have got involved, maybe CC'd on something being forwarded through.
Okay.
The documentation probably went straight through. I don't recall.
So the expectation was that the group being interviewed would satisfy
Yeah.
Stantec.
Yeah, it would be to their benefit to do that. Yeah.
To your knowledge, were roadway friction levels discussed with Stantec at any of the meetings with staff?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did Stantec ever ask any questions about friction levels of you or any of the other members of the project team?
I can't speak for the project team, but for myself, no.
Were you ever asked to locate friction testing results or roadway safety assessments for the Red Hill Valley Parkway or link in order to provide them to Stantec?
Never.
So there are references. Actually, no, I'm going to rephrase that. Were meetings arranged with traffic engineering staff to discuss the Red Hill Valley Parkway as part of this State of the Infrastructure report?
I believe so. I believe also at the beginning of the document, I'm sorry to interrupt, but at the beginning of the document, there should be a listing of all those that attended meetings.
I think that there is, let me find your reference. I think that there is a page similar to what is at the outset of the sustainability plan. Registrar, could you take us to image 3 of this document?
I'm sorry, but if I was involved in the document, I would, this is my trademark. I would do this.
Oh, so you always set this out to identify which groups had been involved in a project?
I wanted it for the reference of who attended, who made comment. So everybody on this list was interviewed at one given time, except for those under the City of Hamilton list. I have to be selective of who actually sat in. I don't think the general manager of public works sat in.
Okay.
But the participant listing is those that sat in.
Okay. So the participants are the individuals that sat in on interviews. And is that distinct then from the City of Hamilton listing,
No.
which seems to be mostly directors?
Yeah, that's their supervisors, right?
Okay. Were the supervisors present at the interviews?
I don't recall. It would be up to their discretion.
So I do see some folks from traffic engineering and operations listed here. Do you recall what aspects of the Red Hill Valley Parkway they discussed with Stantec?
I do not. I don't believe I sat through that one.
You don't think you would have stayed for the meetings with traffic engineering and operations?
No.
I also see some individuals who I think were in engineering services listed here. Do you recall what aspects of the State of the Infrastructure reports Stantec was discussing with engineering services?
It would have been right-of-way assets. So road, water, sewer, that kind of thing.
Okay. So they would have been discussing potentially the roadways with those individuals?
Yes, there's also Mr. McGuire, Peter Locks, and probably Mike Field. They would be street lighting.
Registrar, could you take us back to image 67, please? So you'll see that there's a listing here that indicate significant negative factors contributing to the condition ratings for the roadway. So this is the next page over from the positive factors that we were looking at a minute ago.
Yep.
And you'll see item 2 there says the Link and Red Hill are expected to require a significant investment over the next 5 years to improve overall physical condition. This is a priority road within the overall road network. Reallocating funds to maintain this road is a necessity. This could lead to road deficiencies in other areas of the city. Why were the Link and Red Hill Valley Parkway expected to require a significant investment to improve their physical condition as of, well, this is based on 2016 information, but it lands in early 2017.
Okay. Both the Link and Red Hill, I don't recall the distance lengths and that kind of thing, but they are important roadways that would require large funding allocations based on the strategies. That's why one thing we were looking for was a surface treatment would be the cheapest method of rehabilitation. Opposed to, again, traditional, but the traditional gave you the most life expectancy.
Okay.
With a road like that, you do not want to go out there on a daily basis and shut it down or do a lane closure or anything like that.
Okay.
Somewhat other practices today, you don't want to do that kind of stuff, but we had a different logic. We go out there once, we fix it right, and we go away.
Okay. What aspects of the overall physical condition for the Red Hill Valley Parkway needed to be improved as of 2016, 2017?
I don't fully recall the condition of the roadway, but I believe at that time, we were pursuing surface treatment practices, so there would be top-down cracking on the roadway.
So Stantec is collecting this information from interviews with city staff. Do you know who would have provided Stantec with the information that's captured in point 2?
In point 2, that would have been probably a combination of asset management, therefore myself, my staff, and probably road operations.
Do you recall if Stantec was given reports or other information about the condition of the road to support the assessment that the overall physical condition needed to be improved?
They had our pavement condition data. So they'd have access to the condition of the data. I don't recall when it was tested, but they would have that data in the history of the roadway.
Okay, and when you say pavement condition data, can you break that down for me? What exactly is that comprised of?
It's all the different kind of cracking that may occur, settlement areas, whatever it may be, that kind of thing.
Okay, and what's the source of that information?
It's done. We did it on a 4-year cycle at that given time, where a vehicle actually goes out and does a visual inspection of the roadway, and there's an electronic ride calculator that measures the ride index of the roadway.
Okay, and is there a report that's generated at the end of that?
Not necessarily. Well, it's a document. It's a condition assessment of the roadway that links in with our mapping system. And our mapping system was like on a block per block basis, segmented basis.
What does the overall end product of that look like? Like, what does it look like?
Yeah, I'm struggling here. It sits in a computer, and it runs through a program. You can see the physical defects of the roadway.
Okay, so is it a map or it's an Excel sheet?
It ties into like a GIS, like a geographical information system, and then it's linked to the data is linked to a map. Yes.
Okay. And so you expect that would have been provided to Stantec?
They have access to it. They've done the analysis with regard to road needs on our roadways as well.
Okay,
so I believe at this time they had it.
They would have had it from prior projects?
Yeah.
So this point indicates that the need on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link was significant enough that funds had to be diverted away from maintaining other city roadways, and flags that there would be a risk of deficiencies on those roadways.
Yeah.
Why were the Link and Red Hill Valley Parkway prioritized over other city roadways?
90,000 vehicles a day. Number one road in our network.
So it's a question of traffic volume.
Yes.
Was this an unexpected change in the status of the Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway that they needed improvements on this timeline?
But sorry, can you say that again, please?
Was this an unexpected change in the status of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Red Hill Valley Parkway that they needed improvements over the next 5 years to improve physical condition?
I don't believe so.
So this was an expected expense for the city?
To some degree, it was, I believe it was accelerated. Again, we had it out in 2025, and if you do the math with that, it would, whatever it was, 18 years or whatever, that's a little bit long. I think the Red Hill was expected 10 to 15. We got the early end of that, and I think that's related to the volumes that the roadway delivered.
Okay. So did funds need to be redirected
Yeah.
from other roadways because of the accelerated timeline on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link work?
Yeah, we did that. That was annually done.
Annually done. Can you break that down?
Yeah, that process of building the budget, the capital program, things would be jockeyed and reallocated based on priority.
Okay. So the Red Hill and Link were advanced based on priority.
Yeah. We also had to deal with LRT, so there's other projects that had to, possibly impact that timing.
How does the LRT project impact the timing for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link?
LRT was back in this timeline was very. We knew it was coming, I guess.
Okay.
But one thing we had to prepare for is those roads adjacent to support, because if you sit back and take Main Street out of the picture, and then you take the Link or Red Hill out of the picture, it's not an ideal situation to shut down the city like that. So even with the shutdown of the Link and Red Hill, we would want Stone Church and other related roads that would take that traffic to be at a certain condition. So it was an ongoing phasing of projects that needed to be done.
So the concern was that you wouldn't want the projects to be too close together because it would require the city to shut down too many main thoroughfares.
Yes. This also affects industry too, right? If the Red Hill is taking all the asphalt, the other asphalt prices get expensive.
Understood. Okay. Register, you can take this down, please. And if you could take us to OD5, image 19, paragraph 36. And call out paragraph 36, please. So this is from January 27, 2017. Stantec submits a report titled City of Hamilton State of the Infrastructure 2016 Roads Update. The objective of this report is described as this assignment provides an updated condition report on the road network, along with the budget and level of service analysis based on the 2015 condition assessment data. The objectives of this assignment were to demonstrate how historical spending impacted the performance of the network, report the condition of the road network based on the 2015 condition assessment, and investigate future funding scenarios and impact on the network. Do you recall why the city retained Stantec to do the 2016 roads update?
I do not.
Okay. Were you involved in the preparation of the 2016 roads update?
I believe I was, but to what degree, I don't think I was as active as I was in the previous report.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down and take us to HAM 5597? And just for your reference, this is the 2016 roads update from Stantec. Registrar, could you please pull up images 23 and 24 of this report? So you'll see that there's a chart here that shows that the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link have an OCI of 77. And it also indicates OCI levels for other roadways in the city. Registrar, can you pull out the graph that's got the blue columns in it?
Yeah, that's based on 2015 data.
Yeah. So functional class. And then Registrar, if you could just move that over a little bit, there's a chart on the next page that tells us what those OCI values indicate. Yeah, just pull that out as well. So then there's a chart on the next page that indicates what the OCI categories typically indicate. Can you tell me a little bit about what an OCI value is?
Okay, there's SCI, which is the surface condition index. That's a visual inspection by 4 guys in a van, okay, that drive the roadway. On that van, there's electronic sensors that measure the ride index. That's the RCI. The RCI, if you take the SCI plus the RCI at 50-50%, that's how you typically get the city of Hamilton got their rating of OCI, which is overall condition index.
Are friction levels a factor in the OCI ratings that a roadway receives?
No, they're not.
Okay. So I understand from this chart that the OCI levels of 77 for the Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway indicate that they're in quite good condition. Is that right?
On the chart, yes, they would be defined as being good, yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And call out the text under the OCI values by functional class. So you'll see there's a section of the report that says the results show that expressway, urban, arterial, major, and all rural roads were above the network average OCI of 72. The urban, arterial, minor, urban collector, and urban local roads were just below the network average OCI. The city generally uses OCI of 60 to trigger rehabilitation. Currently, the network average of OCI for urban collector and urban local roads suggests that more funding may be needed to bring these roads up to an OCI of 60. So my understanding of this is that Stantec is suggesting that additional work needs to be done to bring urban collector and local roads up to the 60 OCI value. Is that right?
Yeah, they're saying you need to make that investment to bring them up to 60, yes.
Okay. And the city uses an OCI of 60 as a rehabilitation trigger?
Yes.
And the term rehabilitation, what does that generally refer to?
Above a 60 is a maintenance situation. So it is typically maintenance practices. And then below 60, you're talking more of a shave and pave type rehabilitation or a full reconstruction.
Okay. And what's, when you say maintenance practices would be if it was above a 60, or maintenance practices such as?
You can go out there and crack seal it. You do pothole repairs, minor stuff that the city did, minor patch overlays, that kind of thing.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you could please take us to image 28. So this is a prediction model that has been put together that shows lines for the various roadway assets, including the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link. And so Stantec describes this as prediction models, which are used to determine how a pavement section would deteriorate through its service life. Mm-hmm. These models are compiled from a review of deterioration of roads in several cities, And they again explain that the rehabilitation trigger identifies when a pavement should be considered for rehabilitation or resurfacing treatment, whereas a reconstruction trigger indicates when pavement may qualify for rehabilitation or full reconstruction, or sorry, major rehabilitation or full reconstruction. Registrar, do you mind just calling out specifically the chart so we can get a little bit better view of it? Okay. And so I believe the yellow dotted line that goes across from the OCI of 60 is the rehabilitation trigger, and the red line at 40 is the reconstruction trigger. And then the Expressway Red Hill Valley Parkway line is the darker blue line at the very top of the chart.
No, hold on. Oh, okay, okay.
Yep.
Yep.
So it's my understanding from this
Okay.
that Stantec is predicting that the Red Hill Valley Parkway will hit its rehabilitation trigger, so the OCI 60, when it's between 30 to 35 years old, just based on where it's hitting that dotted line.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yep.
And then they had the reconstruction for the trigger is actually, for the Red Hill Valley Parkway, is actually all the way off the map. So it looks like it's
50, yeah.
hitting it after 50.
Yep.
So this report is circulated in January of 2017. And at this point, we've already seen you exchanging emails with Norjon about proposed rehabilitation of the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Mhm.
But it's my understanding from this that the Red Hill Valley Parkway hasn't reached its rehabilitation trigger. It's actually at an OCI of 77, which seems to be quite good based on the other road assets.
Mhm.
And Stantec doesn't expect that it's going to be hitting that trigger until it's 30 to 35 years old. Meanwhile, we see the urban collector and urban local roads have OCIs that are already below 60. And Stantec has indicated in the section that we just looked at that more funding might be needed to bring those roads up to an OCI of 60. When you reviewed this roads update from Stantec, did it give you any pause in terms of engineering services plans to rehabilitate the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I'm sorry, did it what?
Did it give you any pause in terms of the timing of the rehabilitation of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No,
Why not?
because I knew what the existing asphalt was like. I knew the existing conditions of the roadway.
Can you break that down for me?
I'm struggling with this because I don't know my involvement with this.
Okay.
I know there was an issue with life expectancies and our decision models. And there was a point in time where initiative came in to review those models. And I'm not sure if this was the outcome of that. But with regard to this, that 50-year timeline on the Red Hill, that would be the one going back to the original sustainability report and the identified life expectancy of the roadway.
Okay. So stepping back from the prediction model and the rehabilitation trigger timeline that's set out here, we were looking at the chart that showed that the OCIs for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link were at 77,
Yes.
Whereas there were other city roads that were already below the OCI trigger when they were assessed. Did that alone, so discounting the prediction model that we're looking at in Register, you can take that down for us, give you any pause about engineering services plans for the repaving and the prioritization of the repaving of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, not at all. That highway altogether is, if it's $100 million or what it is, opposed to, $1 million local road, there's no comparison. That roadway dealt with 90,000 vehicles a day. So as being a number one asset, yes, that's why I think we had that sustainability report. We identified the surface treatment. We could go through 2 different surface treatments and then go to a minor rehabilitation, a shave and pave. That wasn't cost effective to do. So if it meant we had to go out there every 10 years and take the top off, that's more cost effective than going, dealing with any other roadway.
So were the factors that you, or your knowledge about the state of the pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway that you said informed your thought process on prioritizing that rehabilitation? Did that form any part of the OCI rating that Stantec gives the roadway?
Did it harm it?
Form part of it? Did they consider those factors that you're looking at in making the decision to repave or rehabilitate?
No, they would just look at the, well, they would have the crack information from 2015, I believe this was taken from. So they would have that crack information, and then they're talking about a 2-year timeline to existing conditions, right? So there's a little difference there.
Okay. Who ultimately made the decision to prioritize work on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link over work on the roads that have been identified as being having OCIs below the rehabilitation trigger in this report?
Who would prioritize that road number one?
Who made the decision?
Well, we would collectively do that as a group when we prioritize the capital budget projects.
Okay. Is the we in that engineering services?
Again, it'd be collectively done throughout the group. Like we had all the public works sitting at a table, and that's why we would go through it.
Okay, so it's beyond engineering services. It's an entire public works department decision.
Yeah, it's either entire public works at this. I believe it was reviewed through the project coordination meeting. That would be the entire public works with my counterparts, seniors and project managers. That would be then subsequently brought up to director level and GM level.
Okay. To your knowledge, was the work on the Red Hill Valley Parkway prioritized over other roadways in whole or in part because of concerns about friction levels on the Red Hill?
Not with regard to friction levels at all.
Okay. The concern was, again, the top-down cracking?
Yes.
Registrar, you can take this down. Thank you very much. And if you could take us to OD 7, image 150, paragraph 454. So on January 23rd, 2017, Mr. Ferguson, who is in traffic operations and engineering, emails Mr. Moore and Mr. Sadawi under the subject line repaving the Red Hill Valley Parkway. He copies his manager, Martin White. And he says, just following up on plans for the Red Hill Valley Parkway, you had mentioned last year that you were planning on repaving the Red Hill Valley Parkway and that we should hold off on installing reflective markers until that time. And he asked for a timeline for the repaving to take place. On January 25th, 2017, Mr. Moore responds to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Sadawi. And for your reference, you weren't on the original email, but Mr. Moore adds you into the email chain.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, we need to do it soon, or at least start a program a bit at a time, a bit each year for 5 years. I don't know yet. Sam, please set up a meeting with traffic operations to discuss timing and need. When was the plan to repave as opposed to some other rehabilitation treatment, such as microsurfacing or something along those lines, the Red Hill Valley Parkway reached within engineering services?
I can't recall the exact timeline. I don't know what we identified within the 2017 capital budget with regard to the Red Hill and Link. Yeah, I can't recall.
Do you recall what the basis for the decision was to move from a rehabilitation to a repave?
From my perspective, it was strictly financial and the service that we were going to provide. So you're talking about life expectancy of the application. So if we go out there, we had some concerns with regard to surface treatment, and then it has typically a short lifespan. We felt the rehab of shave and pave was the best viable option.
So was the view that a repaving would give you more for your money than a rehabilitation?
Yeah, a shame and pave is a rehabilitation, but yes,
Sorry.
it's cost effective and it gives you maximum life.
Okay. More so than a maintenance surface treatment like microsurfacing or something along those lines?
Yeah, I think the issue with microsurfacing was the separation from the asphalt would be a concern.
Okay, and when you say the separation from the asphalt would be a concern, can you break that down for me and just explain what the concern would be around that?
Yeah, you were building layers, right? So you put a layer on top of that roadway and that layer would come off.
Due to the microsurfacing?
Well, the microsurfacing would be lifted because of the traffic volumes and the alignment of the road forces on the pavement.
Okay. So as of January 23rd, 2017, engineering services hadn't finalized the program for rehabilitation or I guess in this point it's repaving specifically on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
In January 17, our budgets probably were just approved and there would have been something in the Red Hill for the Red Hill within those capital programs.
Okay. And would that something have been a repaving?
I don't recall.
And so Mr. Moore says to Mr. Ferguson, we need to do it soon. Was it your understanding as of January 2017 that there was need for that repaving on the Red Hill Valley Parkway to happen soon?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you know what the basis for that? And I know it says a little bit for a year or for 5 years. Did you get a sense of what the urgency around the repaving was?
Top-down cracking.
Okay.
We had to protect that rich layer of asphalt within the pavement structure. The whole idea of perpetual pavement, we had to save that.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Moore about the urgency of the project in or around this time?
I'm sure we did.
Okay.
I'm sure we had discussions. A lot of it, everybody was busy and running around. So whether we're talking, casually within ourselves or whatever it may be.
And so at the end of all of this, the Red Hill is actually resurfaced in 2019. Am I right on that?
I believe so.
Was that in line with the timeline that you were hoping for as of January 2017?
It's pretty aggressive to get it out there in 2-3 years, yes.
So you respond to Mr. Moore's email on January 25th, 2017, and you say, totally agree, road operations will be completing test strips in 2017, which will result in project program to address the surface needs of the Red Hill and Link. The same will be reflected in the 2018 budget. Were test strips completed in 2017?
I don't believe, I don't recall. Sorry.
Okay. Do you recall?
That just tells me, sorry, that we didn't have a full, we didn't commit to repaving yet.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is that because of the reference to the 2018 budget there?
Yeah, it says the completion of the test strips. Surface needs. We're still talking Red Hill and Link. So we were trying to do the whole 9 yards. Both roads. Sorry, at that given time yet.
Okay. So the test strips that you reference in connection with 2017, do you recall where those test strips were to be replaced or what they were for?
I'll have to tell you that through this process, I recalled the Dartnell ramp and those dip areas that were throughout the Red Hill. I believe those there were areas of concern to get fixed. And we were targeting those. I know there were some issues with, we did some sampling out there. But as far as the rehabilitation or those repairs to those areas, I can't recall.
So you say the test strips will result in a project program to address the surface needs of the Link and Red Hill. At this time, what was your understanding about the surface needs of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Yeah, I'd be talking there that if we did those test strips, that would define the rehabilitation strategy moving forward, if they were to pass.
And that rehabilitation strategy would be geared at specific service needs for each of the roadways?
That's ultimately what we were trying to achieve, depending on the outcome of those test strips, yes.
Okay. And we've talked a bit about the top-down cracking. Were there any other service needs that you'd identified on the Red Hill Valley Parkway that needed to be addressed?
Those dips we needed to fix, I think we knew that one. At this point in time, I believe we were just looking within engineering services and the needs of the asphalt.
Was there a project program to address the needs of the Red Hill Valley Parkway or Link incorporated into the 2018 budget?
I'm sure it was in there. For what year, I don't know. I can't recall the year where it was actually identified for, but within that 2018 budget, I'm sure the Red Hill and Link were there.
Just so that I have a sense of it, when do you make, when do you submit budgets for 2018? Like what part of the year do you put those budget requests in and send them to council?
By January, typically we're approved unless it's an election year. The election year would cause the delay. Typically, we've been approved in November, December, and so we'd get them in September, at the beginning of September.
Of the year before the budget.
Yeah, then they go through budget deliberations, and typically we get approved fairly early the year prior.
Was the decision to shift to repaving on the Red Hill Valley Parkway based in part or in whole about concerns of skid resistance levels on the Red Hill?
No.
So this is now January 2017. As of January 2017, had you been advised of or seen the trade room report?
No.
Registrar, could you please take us to OD7, image 151, paragraph 5, 458, please? So a meeting is arranged for February 6, 2017 to discuss the repaving of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And you'll see the required attendees of the meeting are Mr. Moore, Mr. Sadawi, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, yourself, Susan Jacob, Mr. Hughes, and Ms. Matthews Malone. Why this group of people?
This sounds like we had a meeting with operations. So this was, I believe, a meeting between engineering services and operations. Being traffic and road operations.
Do you recall what was discussed at the meeting?
I believe we met weekly or monthly.
So in the event that it helps to refresh your memory, Ms. Matthews Malone circulates an email to her group on February 7th, 2017, in which she seems to be summarizing what I believe is the meeting that's we were just talking about. Registrar, can you call out the next image over and just pull out Ms. Matthews Malone's description of the meeting? So she sends this email to her direct reports. No, the next email, Registrar, it's the one at 459. Other direction, paragraph 459. Sorry, I was not clear in that. So she says to her group that she and Brian attended a meeting with asset management yesterday. And the following is an overview of that meeting. She says they're looking to repave the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2018-2019 and cold in place the link in 2020 and 2021. Then she says ideas are being tossed around about sequencing. There are some road depressions that can't readily be explained. Some reference to the cat's eyes. Does this email help to refresh your memory about that meeting?
To some degree, yes.
So at this point in time, asset management had settled on a shave and pave for the Red Hill in 2018 and 2019.
No. I don't believe so. In accordance with this email, we're looking at a hot in place option still alive as a possible rehab strategy.
It says they're looking to shave and pave the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Oh, sorry. And a pole in place on the Lincoln Red Hill. I'm sorry. Yes, it would have been ruled out. Yes.
Okay. If you were going to do and shape and pave on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2018, as proposed by this email, what season would it generally be done in?
Summer.
In terms of planning. Okay.
Summer months, volumes are lower in the summer.
And in order to, this is February 2017, in order to do or start a shave and pave on the Red Hill in the summer of 2018, when would you need to tender the project?
Preferably in 2017.
How early in 2017?
Earlier the better, September.
Okay.
There's policies in place that would allow us to move the money forward. So we would be able to tender an award with council.
So at this point then in February 2017, it was maybe a tight schedule, but you still had some time to get the tender ready for potentially a shave and pave in 2018 in the summer.
It'd be tight. It would be, yeah, yes.
When you say it'd be tight, in your view, would it still have been feasible?
If everything was, if we had everything in our hands, yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can take down these call outs. Thank you. And if you can take us to OD7, image 154, paragraph 468. You're going to need to go one over. So the bottom paragraph there, on February 24th, 2017, you email Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson in traffic engineering under the subject line link Red Hill Valley Expressway resurfacing. You say we're proposing the resurfacing of the link and Red Hill Valley Expressway over a 4-year period. And then you set out the proposed schedule, which again has the 2018-2019 timing for the Red Hill. And then at the very top of the next page, you'll see you say, thank you, Registrar. In addition to identifying the needs, is there a preference as to the scheduling of the work to be performed? We have structure that I assume there is a missing D there. We have structure the timing for our perspective in doing 50% of the required resurfacing per year, but the resurfacing limits can be adjusted if needed. So I'm assuming from this that the plan was to repave the Red Hill Valley Parkway in parts over 2018 and 2019.
That's originally the way it was set up. The money was split over 2 years. Yes.
Okay. So you ask Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White to identify the traffic needs in your email. What did you mean by that?
If they had it, what they needed out there. So we're doing a resurfacing. You know, do you need anything out there while we're doing it?
Items that traffic engineering wants included in the scope of the repaving.
Exactly.
Is it standard practice to ask traffic operations and engineering if there's anything that they want included in the scope of a repaving project?
Yes, it is. We ask everybody.
Okay. So Mr. Ferguson responds, Registrar, could you please close this out and take us to paragraph 469, which is you'll have to go over to the next image, I think, to get the entire thing. So he responds, and traffic proposes a number of items for inclusion in the scope of the repaving project. Registrar, I'll ask you to call that out, and Mr. Andoga, I'll give you a moment to just review that scope and let me know when you've had a chance to do that.
Okay.
So traffic engineering is proposing the installation of barriers in certain areas to prevent crossover collisions, or at least that's my understanding from this. Do you recall that?
Yeah, okay, yep.
Did you have a view of that request when you received it in 2017?
Yep,
What was that view?
it's gonna be expensive. I didn't know what they were talking about.
Okay.
So the, you know, the other issues of rumble strips and markings and that kind of thing, we've done them before. I know what that is. When you start talking barriers, when you're talking, I don't know what you're talking about. So I didn't know the impact of the project.
Okay, so you didn't have a sense of what a median barrier was when you received this proposal?
No, I didn't know what they were asking, no.
Would you have had any knowledge about whether or not a barrier on the Red Hook Valley Parkway would assist in preventing crossover collisions?
Sorry again?
Would you
Would I-
have had any information or knowledge when you received this email about whether or not a median barrier on the Red Hill Valley Parkway would assist in preventing crossover collisions?
No, through my experience, I would expect that a barrier would stop a crossover. That,
Okay.
yes, but other than that, no.
Okay. Registrar, if you can close this down and take us to paragraph 470, which is Mr. Andoga's response. So you respond to Mr. Ferguson with a number of points, and one of them is that you say item 6, which is the installation of barriers, will be a sensitive issue. What did you mean when you described it as a sensitive issue?
I did not know what he was talking about or what he was asking for. I didn't know the impact of the project
Okay, why would that make it a sensitive issue?
because I don't know if we can do it or not under a rehabilitation of the road. I you know, was the barrier going down the middle of the road between the two roadways? I don't know. At that time, I didn't know what was being asked.
Okay. Just for my purposes, that seems like something that you could have spoken to Mr. Ferguson about in terms of what traffic was requesting. Why does your not having a sense of what he meant by a median barrier make median barriers a sensitive issue?
I think this is only part of it. Dave and I probably did talk between emails. So all I'm doing here is documenting so we can discuss further.
Okay. Do you remember what you discussed with Mr. Ferguson that led you to say that you expected the installation of barriers would be a sensitive issue?
I don't recall right off the, you know, I probably said, you know, it's going to be expensive. I don't know how we're going to do it or whatever. I don't know at that given time. But we were actually communicating really good as a group at this time. So that's why I logged this as just a document recording what needs to be discussed further.
Did you view it as a sensitive issue because of the expense? You've mentioned the expense a couple times.
Expense and impact. I only had so much money allocated in the capital budget, and I'm gonna, you know, I don't know what he's asking for.
Okay, so is the money consideration the factor that leads you to think that it might be a sensitive issue?
It's always a factor, yes, for me.
Okay. Were there other factors?
We tried to limit the amount of scope creep. So we didn't, you know, we wanted to keep it as a rehabilitation. We didn't want to get into a full reconstruction again. So again, this is just a document what we can and cannot do at the given time.
When you say scope creep, is that a relatively standard term that's used in the industry?
It's a very I don't know if I would assume it's pretty much standard throughout the industry. The way we operated, if you can imagine asking anybody for anything, they're going to get asked for everything. We typically couldn't do that. So then we would try to limit the amount of scope creep by expanding the project of, say, keep it to a $10 million project opposed to a $20 million project, that kind of thing.
Okay, so scope creep is when someone is asking for something that's beyond the boundaries of the project?
Yes.
So at the time that you sent this email to Mr. Ferguson, I think you said that you had discussions with Mr. Ferguson. Had you had discussions with anyone else about the installation of barriers on the Red Hill Valley Parkway or about traffic's proposed scope?
Not that I recall, no.
Registrar, you can take this down. Thank you. And if you can take us to OD7 image 171, paragraph 504 and 505. And I think you may need to pull up the next image. So on March 1st, 2017, you sent an email to Brian Hughes and Gord McGuire about the proposed resurfacing in 2018 and 2019 on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and then the link in 2020 and 2021. And you copy a number of city staff, including Martin White. Mr. White, and you'll see this at paragraph 505 on the next page, forwards this email to John Mader, who is his director, and says, I mentioned yesterday to Rick that they may wish to tell council sooner rather than later. Do you remember having a conversation like that with Mr. White in or around March 2017?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Do you recall why Mr. White would have raised the question of advising council of the resurfacing?
Big impact to the city, so I'm sure they want to know.
So at this point,
I don't recall at this time whether or not there's issues with the Red Hill or link with regard to the safety components.
So you say, you said with respect to the safety components, my understanding is that this exchange was around the timing for the resurfacing. Were there other safety components that were an issue in and around this time?
Not that we were aware. I don't know what traffic was working on at that given time.
Okay. So it reads to me like Mr. White is saying that he suggested to you that you should let council know about the planned repaving sooner rather than later. Mm-hmm. At this time, had council been advised of plans to repave the Red Hill Valley Parkway or link?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have any sense of when council was first made aware of the proposed resurfacing plans?
Back probably in 2016. Maybe again, maybe I don't recall. I'd have to recall when we identified it within the capital program. And through those reports, it was identified that work had to be done within 5 years. So they had some knowledge it was coming on board.
So the reference in the state of the infrastructure reports to there having been an identified need over the next year, 5 years?
Yes.
You considered that as notice to council of potential repaving or other rehabilitation on the Red Hill Valley Parkway or link?
That would have been, yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. And if you could take us to OD7 image 158, paragraph 475. And I think we'll need to go slightly over onto the next page, more than slightly. So you're sent an email from Jason Warren, who at the time is Senior Project Manager in Roadway Safety in Traffic Engineering, on June 12th, 2017. And he says, thanks for the opportunity to sit and discuss the upcoming contract for improvements to the northbound Red Hill Valley. Do you remember having a meeting with Mr. Warren about this, the repaving project?
No, I do not.
Do you remember working with Mr. Warren generally?
I remember Mr. Warren, yes.
Did you work with him fairly frequently?
No, I wouldn't say frequently.
But you had interactions with him?
Yeah.
And you don't recall attending a meeting where the items listed in Mr. Warren's email are discussed?
I'm not sure if Mr. Jasbach attended this meeting in my absence.
Okay, so you think that someone else might have sat in on this project for you?
I think so.
Right, Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 26073?
Sorry, Council, did you say HAM 26703?
26073. And just before I ask questions about this, I believe that this needs to be marked as an exhibit. Could we please mark it as exhibit 106?
Noted, Council, thank you.
Thank you, Registrar. So you'll see, could you pull up the second page of this as well, the second image? Thank you. So this is the email that Mr. Warren sends to you. And you'll see that you subsequently remove Mr. Warren and other traffic operations and engineering staff from the email chain and forward it to Mr. Moore, Mr. Sadawi, Ms. Jacob, Mr. Beck, Ms. Matthews Malone, and Mr. Hughes. Why did you forward this exchange to Mr. Moore?
He was my supervisor and had a vested interest in this project. So he wanted to know what we were doing with the road.
At this point in time, were you having ongoing discussions with him about the scope that traffic engineering was proposing for the Red Hill Valley Parkway repaving?
He knew what the scope was.
Okay. At this point in time, had he expressed any concerns to you about the scope that traffic engineering and operations had been proposed for the repave?
Not to myself, no.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. Thank you very much. And if you could take us to OD7, image 159, paragraphs 476 and 477. So Mr. Moore ends up forwarding this email to Mr. Mader, and he doesn't include you or anyone else on this email chain.
Yeah.
And he says, why are we getting this? I assume that's thought you and I and the GM were going to decide what to do. Where do your people get this from? Do they think we're going to spend 10 million? And Mr. Mader responds to Mr. Moore and he says, they're providing the scope they believe is required. Did Mr. Moore express views like this to you with respect to traffic's proposed scope for the resurfacing project?
I don't recall.
Were you aware that he had concerns about the scope that they were proposing or the expense of the scope that they were proposing?
No.
Did you personally have concerns about the expense of the scope that traffic was proposing?
Yes.
Registrar, you could close this down, and if you could take us to OD7, image 160, paragraph 478, which is just the next page over. So on June 16, 2017, Mr. Ferguson responds to Mr. Warren's email to you that we were just looking at. And he says he's reviewed the scope submissions with Jason and they have the following update to these specific items. And then he lists a number of specific items.
Mm-hmm.
That reference that he makes at the outset of this email to reviewing the scope with Mr. Warren, were you involved in that review?
The review between Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Warren?
What I'm asking is, was it a review that involved you, or do you think it was specific to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Warren?
I wasn't there. I think the problem was, from what I recall, is that traffic
we were getting multiple scopes from multiple people, not only with traffic, but with throughout the city. So we were asking, can we get one source to relay the scope? So Mr. Ferguson previously sent me a scope, then Mr. Warren sends me a scope, and they conflict. So how do you deal with that?
How did you deal with that?
I believe we asked for probably clarification.
Okay.
Hence this revised listing maybe.
So actually the registrar, could you pull up the next image over? So you'll see that on June 20th, 2017, you respond to Mr. Ferguson with the email that's at the top of the image I just pulled up. Registrar, would you pull that out for us, please? And you say to Mr. Ferguson, upon further review, we will proceed with the project scope as outlined in your email. We are assuming the request for mentioned the placement of continuous guide rail and or the previous discussions surrounding lighting improvements will not be required. Council direction as well as a funding source will be required for any such enhancements. And then you list the items that will be included in the scope. So when you say we're assuming that the placement of continuous guide rail and the previous discussion surrounding lighting improvements will not be required, on what basis were you making that assumption?
They weren't listed in the scope document sent forward.
The scope document sent forward. So that email from Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah. We're asking, basically asking for clarification.
Okay, so I think that Registrar, could you take this down for a second?
If I'm recalling, it's not listed there, is it?
I think that if we pull up Mr. Ferguson's email, he says at the outset that they had the following update to specific items. So I'm not sure that he meant this as a revision to all of traffic's proposed scope, but I understand from your response that that's how you interpreted it.
Yeah, we wanted a clarification.
What were the previous discussions surrounding lighting improvements that you mentioned in your email?
I'm not sure if we discussed it over the phone or whatever have you with regard to the impact of lighting.
Okay. Do you remember what the specific improvements the traffic was proposing was?
No, I did not. With regard to lighting?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Did you think it was odd that that request was coming from traffic operations and engineering instead of something that was coming through one of the engineering services departments?
No, it's not. I don't think it would be strange.
Who ultimately decides what's included in the scope of a repaving project?
Council does.
So you say in your email to Mr. Ferguson, council direction as well as funding source will be required for any such enhancements. What did you mean by that?
We wanted traffic engineering to go forward with and advise council of what they were asking.
Okay.
We as engineering services would not be able to speak for traffic, so we wanted them to get council support up front and possibly a funding source. Because if you can imagine, lighting would be expensive or whatever they would, the expensive items.
So it's my understanding that at this point in time, the scope for the repaving hadn't gone to council for approval and funding yet. Is that correct?
No, we didn't have it yet. No, we were still building it.
So was there some reason that the request from traffic operations and engineering for a guide rail and whatever lighting improvements they'd requested couldn't have gone to council as part of the overall proposal for the resurfacing?
It could have, sure could have. But again, it would make a major impact to our existing capital program. So we have to consider the funding sources and where they're coming from. So we would ask them to go forward and ask council to come up either provide the funding or tell us to include it in our existing capital budgets or whatever have you. So we wanted council support with regard to those issues that they were asking for.
Okay. And just so that I'm clear on this, why couldn't that have been obtained in the same proposal put forward for the resurfacing generally?
It's a total different process. You're talking about the capital budget process. So basically all it is a page or a line on a list, right?
Okay.
And you got $20 million, sure, would draw some interest. And I'm sure they were looking into the details and ask the questions. But is that the right time to do it? I don't think so. We'd like to do that a little bit, be a little bit transparent with council and eliminate those questions at that time. We prefer to get that support of council up front.
So I think that what you're saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, is that if it had been included, you would have been going to council with a very big number for the repaving that wouldn't have had any of the underlying explanation for where that figure was coming from.
Limited. It's going to raise questions and concern.
Okay. I am slightly over our time allocated for the lunch break. I think I have about 5 minutes left on this topic, but I will let the commissioner decide.
Well, if you've got 5 minutes left, why don't you do that? We'll
Okay.
start our break a little later.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Registrar, could you take this down and take us to OD 7, image 163, paragraph 480? And I think we'll need to pull up 162 as well, just for the context. Sorry, one image over, so 161 and 162. So you'll see at paragraph 480 here that Mr. White forwards your email to Mr. Ferguson, and you're not copied on that email exchange. Registrar, could you call out paragraph 480 and 481, please? And I will give you a chance to just review what traffic operations and engineering's response is to your email. And let me know when you've had a chance to do that.
You're talking about 481?
480 and 481. So 480 is the
Oh,
initial
okay.
response, and then 481 is Mr. Ferguson responding to Mr. White.
That's fine. Yep. Mhm.
Were you aware of traffic operations and engineering's reaction to this email that you had sent about the scope?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you personally took any steps to address their response to the exclusion of median barriers and and lighting from the scope?
Not sure if I got a response.
So you're just not sure if you were aware that they had concerns?
No, they're different section.
So Mr. White says in this email about the exclusion of the guide rail and the lighting improvements, should that not be council's call, not Rick Andoga's and Gary's? So my understanding from this is that you didn't have agreement from traffic engineering for the removal of these items for the scope at this point in time. Did you speak to Mr. Moore about the decision not to pursue the median barriers and lighting?
I don't believe so.
Was your direction to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White to pursue lighting and median barriers through a separate approval request to council directed by Mr. Moore at all?
I don't believe so, or possibly. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall if you had any discussions with him about traffic's proposed inclusion of lighting and median barriers in the scope?
I don't recall, sorry.
So Mr. White goes on to say the overhead lighting will not happen while Gary controls the asset, I would expect. Do you have a view on that statement?
No. I do have a, with 480, when he says that, it's council's decision, he's right, it's council's decision. We were asking him to get council's decision.
Okay. I think his view was that it should go as one proposal, and your view was different from that, which was that traffic should be asking for those items separately if they wanted them included.
Yeah, I think the issue was, we deliver a budget process strategically. There's reasons why we do things we want to inform council as much as possible prior to, especially with projects such as this.
And was part of the direction to them to go to council separately related to your concerns about scope creep?
Definitely, yes. It's a financial obligation and it impacts that entire capital program.
Would you agree with the statement that Mr. White makes that Mr. Moore controlled the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Moore opposed to overhead lighting or lighting improvements on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
To my knowledge, no.
Did you have knowledge about his position on lighting either way?
I believe when lighting was brought up, the fact that was an issue within the EA of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, hence there's no lights on that roadway today. It was not wanted.
Okay. So your understanding was that lighting didn't exist on the Red Hill Valley Parkway because of the original environmental assessment. Did you have any sense, or had you been advised about whether that environmental assessment impacted the city's ability to implement lighting on the Red Hill?
No, I didn't know anything about that. I imagine that EA was pretty intense. I had nothing on it.
So that brings me to the end of this section of questioning, and I would propose that now would be a good time to take the lunch break.
Sure. Okay, it is, well, not quite a quarter past, but we'll take it at a quarter past. So let's return at 2:30. Stand adjourned until that time.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Andoga, Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 26141 at images 1 and 2? Yes, while the registrar calls that up, Mr. Andoga, in June of 2017, Councillor Conley emails Mr. White and Mr. Moore looking for pavement friction testing results. Mr. White replies to that email, which is at the very bottom of image 2 there. And he replies at the top of image 1, and he says, "Hi, Doug, traffic doesn't have the Red Hill Valley Parkway pavement friction testing results. I believe asset management has the info." And he copies you and Mr. Sadawi into that email exchange. Had you ever had any discussions with Mr. White about asset management having friction testing information for the Red Hill Valley Parkway as of June 2017?
Never.
Had Mr. White or anyone else from traffic engineering and operations requested friction testing results from you or your staff prior to June 2017?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did asset management have friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Not that I'm aware of.
Would those friction testing results have been relevant to the programming that you were doing for the repaving project?
No.
It's not something that you would have wanted to look at in preparing the project for tender or for putting together the programming for the project?
No, somebody would have to bring that forward and support that initiative, like if there was something wrong with the friction.
Right. So if they wanted friction or increased skid resistance included, it would need to be an objective of the repaving project.
Or a request of scope.
Okay. Were you aware of anyone else being in possession of friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway as of June 2017?
No.
Were you aware that friction testing had been completed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway as of June 2017?
No.
Okay. So you'll see that Mr. Sadawi responds to this email a few days later, and he says, "We're trying to track down who has the info." Do you recall whether between June 5th and 8th you discussed trying to track down the pavement friction testing results with Mr. Sadawi?
I know for a fact I did not.
Okay. Did he approach you or ask you to locate the friction testing results?
I'm sure he would have asked me if I've seen them or have them, and my answer to that was no.
Okay. Did he ask you to do anything after you told him that you hadn't seen them or had them?
No.
Did you personally take any steps to locate friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway in June 2017?
No.
Do you recall any conversations around a councillor looking for the friction testing results in June 2017 within your department or Public Works generally?
No.
Registrar, could you please take this down and pull up HAM 26141? I'm sorry, I told you to take down the document that is already up. So you'll see that Mr. Riberick responds to this email exchange from Mr. Sadawi on June 27, 2017. So that's just shy of a month after the first request is circulated for the friction testing results. And he says, "Doug is still looking for this information. Has anyone found it yet?" And Mr. Riberick, for context, is Councillor Conley's assistant.
Yep. Yep, I'm aware.
Great. Registrar, could you take this down and take us into OD7, image 187, paragraph 552? So on June 27th, 2017, Mr. Sadawi responds to Mr. Riberick's email. And you and Mr. Moore and Mr. White are all still copied. And he says, "I wasn't able to track down skid resistance information. However, we are proposing to resurface the Red Hill Valley Parkway starting next year." Did Mr. Sidawi advise you that he'd look for the friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and couldn't find them?
I don't recall, just through this email.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Sidawi telling you about any conversations he'd had with Mr. Moore about looking for the test results in 2017?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation with Mr. Moore after this exchange in June about what happened and why the counselor was looking for friction testing results?
No.
Did you ever request a set of friction testing results from Mr. Moore or from anyone else in engineering services
No.
or asset management?
No.
Okay. Did you discuss this request from Councillor Conley with anyone else in engineering services?
I did not, to the best of my knowledge.
What did you think of Mr. Sidawi tying the request for the friction testing information to the proposed resurfacing?
I don't know his intention. I basically stayed out of this one. All I did was, I'm on the email because I had a relationship with counselors at the given time. So when this one came through, it was directed to Sam. I just filed it within Ward 9.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it's actually Mr. White that adds you into this email exchange rather than Councillor Conley.
Yeah, I know, but it's coming from Ward 9, so I just filed it.
Okay. You weren't curious about the friction testing results?
Nope.
And in your view, did they have any connection to the proposed repaving?
At this point in time, I didn't even know the road was tested, so I really didn't be here, there, or there. Wouldn't apply to my position.
Okay. Registrar, could you please call out HAM 52704? So this is a July 15, 2017 article that Nicole O'Reilly from The Spectator writes, titled Highway Traffic Tragedies, Why Are There So Many Crashes on the Red Hill Valley Parkway? Do you recall if you read this article?
I did not.
Do you recall if there were discussions about it within engineering services?
I really don't know. I was out of town. I was out of the country for 3 weeks.
Okay,
Probably left around this time. So
okay. What was the timeline for your vacation?
I think it was mid July to almost the second week of August.
Okay. Do you recall if you reviewed this article when you returned?
I did not read it. I don't believe I read it. I did hear about having another accident on the Red Hill.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to image 2? So Mr. Moore makes comments in this article about there being an informal chart from December 2015 recording friction testing results from the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Did he ever tell you anything about an informal chart or friction testing results?
No.
He also states in this article that friction testing gave an indication that the city should do further work on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, which is over on image 3, Registrar. At the very top. Did Mr. Moore ever indicate to you that friction testing results from the Red Hill Valley Parkway gave an indication that the city needed to do further work?
To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Moore did not talk to me about friction testing or results of.
Registrar, could you take us back to image 2? So at the very bottom of this article, Registrar, could you pull out the last 2 paragraphs? Just from there is, that's fine. So you'll see there's an excerpt there in which Mr. Moore reportedly states that there is no official report, only an informal chart from December 2015. And the article goes on to say, but instead of doing further friction testing as was recommended, the city has decided to repave. At this point in time, did you have any understanding or had you been advised by Mr. Moore that the repaving for the Red Hill Valley Parkway was to address friction testing results?
Not to my knowledge, no.
What was the purpose of the planned repaving?
Crackdown, top-down cracking on the surface course of pavement.
Okay. Did you ever come to learn that there was a connection between friction testing results on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the planned repaving?
No.
Registrar, you can take this down. Thank you. And if you could take us to HAM 26538. So this is in November of 2017. Mr. Moore copies you into an email exchange with Dr. Uzorowski from Golder on November 28, 2017. In the subject line, you'll see there's a reference to testing for possible hot in place recycling.
Yeah.
Is this email exchange the first time that you became aware of conversations around possibly using hot in place recycling for the Red Hill Valley Parkway repave?
Oof. Was it the first time? No, I don't believe it was not. I think we talked about it possibly internally first.
Okay. Do you recall around when you learned that the city was considering hot in place recycling?
It was probably about around this time of November.
Okay. Who made the decision to look into hot in place recycling for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Again, we looked at it as a collective consortium of all of us sat down and went through. There was a hot in place. The city was known for hot in place in previous years. The technology has changed. We heard that there was somebody in British Columbia doing it, and it was successful. And they actually wanted to come to the Ontario market, so we were interested in the product as a potential being used on the Red Hill.
Okay. Do you recall who first raised that idea of hot in place recycling?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall who was involved in those discussions about wanting to bring hot in place recycling back, and discussions with the individual in BC?
It would have been the members of the design group, Mike Beck, and I believe Gary.
Okay. Ms. Jacob, I believe, is also in design.
Yes.
And you, would Mr. Sadawi have been involved in those conversations?
Possibly.
Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 1132? So this is a calendar appointment for a meeting on March 9th with Golder to talk about hot in place recycling. Do you recall this meeting?
Vaguely. I couldn't tell you details pertaining to it.
Before this meeting, scheduled for March 9th, how involved had you been in discussions about the city's considerations of hot in place recycling?
I don't know how I measure that.
What was your role in those conversations?
Yeah, I'm more interested in how much does it cost and the life and the asset management principles of the hot in place. So if I was on the selection committee, or part of that selection group, yes, I would add that financial component and the asset management principles of the asphalt.
Okay, so am I correct then that you wouldn't have been involved in the technical analysis of whether hot in place recycling?
Yeah, that's above my mindset. Yes, that
Okay.
would not be me.
Okay. Do you know who was handling the technical analysis for the city?
A lot of it was managed through the design group. Most of it through the design group, I would think.
Okay. So that would be Mr. Beck or Ms. Jacob.
Yeah.
Register, could you take this down and take us into overview document 8, image 69, paragraph 193? So you'll see here, Dr. Uzorowski replies to the calendar invite that's circulated for the March 9th meeting. And Registrar, if I could ask you to just pull out Dr. Uzorowski's response. And so he mentions in this email, Dr. Pat Wiley, who I understand is based in BC. Do you know if that was the individual that folks in engineering services had some discussions with around hot in place recycling?
I don't recall the name off the top of my head, no, but from what was written, yeah, that would be him. Like, that would be the group we were interested in.
Okay. So my understanding of this email is that Dr. Uzorowski is indicating that hot in place recycling may not be feasible for an SMA surface. Would you say that's a fair reading of this email?
Oh, okay, because it's only recommended for flexible payments, not excluding update. Yes, I would say so, yes.
Do you recall if the view Dr. Uzorowski expressed in this email is consistent with the one he expressed at the March 9th, 2018 meeting?
Quite possibly, I can answer that here or there.
What effect, if any, did this email have on the city's consideration of the use of hot in place for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I don't recall if this was the end of it, per se. I couldn't answer it.
Registrar, could you take us back to the calendar invitation, which is HAM 1132? So while the registrar is pulling that up, this is the invitation again for the March 9th meeting. Registrar, could you call out the invitees? And Mr. Andoga, are you able to confirm if the individuals listed on this calendar invitation attended the March 9th meeting?
Oof, I couldn't do that.
Okay. Are you able to confirm if any of them attended?
Oh, geez. I'm sure Mike was there, Marco. Tyler is probably there, Tarath. I would think they would all be there, yes.
Do you recall if anyone left the March 9th meeting before it was over?
It might have been me, I don't know. I couldn't answer that.
You're not able to recall one way or the other?
No.
Do you recall
If anybody was going to leave, it would have been me.
Why is that?
My vested interest at that point in time was a little different. Again, I was just the money guy. This was probably a very technical meeting.
Okay. Do you recall if there was a conversation where some of the attendees at the meeting stayed after the conclusion of the main meeting on March 9th, 2018 to continue having discussions with Dr. Uzorowski?
No, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Register, could you take this down and take us into GOL 5970? So this is an internal memo that Dr. Uzorowski prepares about the March 9th meeting.
Okay.
Describing his interpretation of it. He identifies that you're present. Could you review these notes and let me know if they help to assist your recollection of the March 9th meeting?
Okay. I don't really recall details of the meeting though.
Okay, so you're not able to confirm whether or not these notes are consistent with what happened at the March 9th meeting?
No, I wouldn't. I don't recall. Sorry.
Okay. So Dr. Uzorowski has testified before this inquiry. He indicated that he gave a presentation advising that hot in place recycling would not be possible on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. and that Mr. Moore and Mr. Beck ended up having a heated, I'm sorry, not Mr. Beck, Mr. Odie had a heated exchange where not typically used language, I understand F's and S's was the language that he used to describe it, was exchanged with some animus behind it. Are you able to recall an exchange like that at the March 9th meeting?
I remember the argument, but I don't remember details of the argument. I don't.
Okay. When you say you remember the argument, do you remember an argument between Mr. Odie and Mr. Moore at the March 9th meeting?
I just remember, I don't even remember, I don't recall the details of it. I don't know if it was Marco and Gary or I couldn't tell you.
Okay. What do you remember about it?
I just remember it got elevated. It just got a little louder in the room. Not that that was abnormal with the way we operated, but
it got elevated. Would you describe it as heated or angry?
it's just I would describe it as stubborn bulls arguing in a conference room. It's just my opinion versus yours. You know, it's that kind of thing that was going on.
Okay. And do you recall whose opinion was at war with whose opinion in that argument?
No, I don't. Again, I think that for myself, I think that meeting was a little bit too technical for me, and I just kind of probably blanked myself out of it.
Okay. Do you recall any of the details about what the basis of those two opinions was, or what was in dispute at the meeting?
No, this letter here from Ludimir kind of just gives me what I know. That's or recall. That's it.
Okay. Do you recall F's and S's being exchanged at the meeting?
No.
So in the third paragraph of his summary, Dr. Uzorowski says that he suggested microsurfacing on SMA if hot in place recycling was used on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And he says Gary rejected this idea. Do you recall Mr. Moore rejecting an idea for the use of microsurfacing after the hot in place recycling on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I do not.
You just don't recall if it happened one way or the other.
Yeah, I don't.
Dr. Uzorowski goes on to say that he recommended shot blasting or microsurfacing on the existing surface of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you recall what information he provided about friction or the status of the Red Hill Valley Parkway when he made that recommendation?
No, sorry, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember reference to the term skidabrating or shot blasting at this meeting at all?
I do not.
Do you remember anyone at the meeting mentioning the Tradewind scientific report?
No.
Dr. Uzorowski gave evidence to the inquiry that he presented the results of the Tradewind friction testing at this meeting. Do you have any recollection one way or the other as to whether or not he did that?
No, I don't. I don't recall this at all.
Okay. As of March 2018, would the name Tradewind Scientific have meant anything to you if you heard it?
No.
You didn't have any familiarity with that company?
No.
Had you heard the name mentioned by anyone else at the city previously?
I don't recall so. I don't think we ever used them or anything on a roster or anything like that.
As of March 2018, did you have any knowledge as to whether or not friction testing had ever been conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
At that time, no.
Do you recall Dr. Uzorowski making any comments at the meeting about possible safety concerns if the resurfacing of the Red Hill Valley Parkway was delayed?
No.
You just don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall one way or the other. Sorry, no.
Okay. Do you recall any discussions after this meeting among engineering service staff about skidabrating, shot blasting, or otherwise improving friction on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No,
Do you recall if you had any conversations with anyone at Golder about friction testing or the frictional properties of the roadway after this meeting?
no, I wouldn't have, no.
Registrar, could you please take us to OD8, image 90, paragraph 449? So this is an email that Mr. Beck sends to you, copying Ms. Jacob and Mr. Vala on April 25th, 2018, which is primarily about the first paragraph, or sorry, he says, I was concerned to hear that the traffic department would be putting out a contract to replace and install new cat's eyes reflectors this year, 2018, when we will be resurfacing the Red Hill Valley Parkway in both directions next year, 2019.
Yes,
Do you recall if you attended the project coordination meeting that Mr. Beck references in this email?
I probably did.
Okay.
I
Do you have
I can't confirm 100%, but I probably did.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of the meeting?
No, these are monthly meetings, 30 people in the room.
Do you know why Mr. Beck would be concerned about the installation of cat's eyes in 2018?
Because the install would be ripped up. Once we did a mill and pave or we did anything out there, those cat's eyes would be in the way, they'd have to go, or they would go. So it's all about efficiencies. It doesn't look good in the public eye if we go out there and put $300,000 or $100,000 worth of cat eyes down and we rip them up 4 months later.
Okay. So at paragraph 2 of this email, Mr. Beck says, as you are aware, the Red Hill Valley Parkway was originally intended to be resurfaced this year by a conventional shave and pave. However, a new technology has come to light that will provide the city with faster, cheaper, and more environmentally friendly way of resurfacing the road while having less impact to traffic during construction. And he says, we opted to defer the works to 2019 in order to complete further review of this technology.
Okay.
Do you recall who made the decision to defer the resurfacing to 2019?
I do not.
Okay. Is that a decision that would have been made by engineering services as a whole or by a specific individual?
No, that would be done by a whole.
Okay. So another meeting.
Like,
That would involve-
oh yeah, there's ongoing meetings. This could have been maybe we didn't have all the scope in place to go in 2018. By the sounds of it, we didn't, because then we had the new technologies coming in. So
which groups would have been involved in that decision to defer the resurfacing?
oh, it's a combined effort again. You have everybody there, you stand up, it's going to say it's going next year. So there's no objection to it. It's going next year.
So would there have been representatives from all services department involved in that
It would
decision?
be brought through our project coordination meetings.
Okay. So Mr. Beck also says, I understand there is perceived safety concerns on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you know which safety concerns he's referencing in that email?
I do not.
At this point in time, so this is April 2018, had you heard any safety concerns expressed about the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Unless the only ones he's referring to being perceived as those that brought forward through the media.
Okay. So Dr. Uzarowski indicates in his version of the March 9th meeting, so his notes on it, that he raised concerns about safety on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and recommended interim skid abrading or shot blasting. Did anyone raise comments that Dr. Uzarowski had made at the March 9th, 2018 meeting in response to the idea that resurfacing should be delayed to 2019?
No, sorry, you have to repeat that one. Sorry.
So in the email that we were looking at from Dr. Uzarowski summarizing the March 9th, 2018 meeting, he had indicated that he advised that the city should consider interim skid abrading or shot blasting to improve skid resistance in the worst areas of the Red Hill Valley Parkway if resurfacing or repaving of the roadway was delayed. Do you recall if Dr. Uzarowski's comments from the March 9th, 2018 meeting were raised in response to discussions around delaying the resurfacing of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I don't recall that at all.
You don't recall one way or the other, or
One
as
way
far
or
as
the- one way or the other, sorry.
Registrar, could you please take us to OD8, image 91, paragraph 252? So on April 9th, 2018, you circulate a draft 2018 Roads Capital Reports document to Ms. Matthews Malone, and you copy Mr. McGuire, Ms. Waite, and Mr. Sadawi. Do you recall why Ms. Matthews Malone was looking for information about the roads deficit?
I don't know if it was for a paper or something, or I think it was for her budget presentation.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 53031? So just for your reference, as the registrar is pulling that up, this is the document that you sent to Ms. Matthews Malone in response.
Okay.
And you'll see that there are references there to the Red Hill Valley Parkway. So the very bottom paragraph there says, due to the high priority and importance of both the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link, these roads remained fully funded for capital renewal. And therefore maintaining service levels. The service level of our remaining road classes will continue to decline given the annual funding shortfall of approximately 95 million. There's also a now needs section up above, which again indicates that there are roads in the city's network that have OCI ratings below 60 and require some form of rehabilitation and reconstruction.
Yeah.
Can I take from your earlier evidence about the OCI levels and the importance of the Red Hill Valley Parkway that the city decided to continue prioritizing the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link above those roads
Yes.
because of traffic volume and importance?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this out. Thank you very much. Registrar, could you please take us to OD9, image 54, paragraph 129? So on August 30th, 2019, Mr. McGuire emails you, Ms. Jacob, Mr. Odie, and Erica Waite, and he's looking for asphalt testing reports that review the material on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. At the end of August 2018, did you have copies of any of the asphalt testing reports for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
Did you take steps to try and locate any asphalt testing reports in response to this email from Mr. McGuire?
No.
Had you wanted to take those steps, would you have known where to look to try and find asphalt testing reports for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I wouldn't know where they would be found. Probably in the, I would guess somewhere in the, on the servers, somewhere within the document resources that we had, somewhere in the design section.
Okay, so you would have expected that someone in design would have those reports?
Yeah.
Registrar, you can close this down. And if you could please take us to OD9, image 127, paragraph 304. So Ms. Jacob sends Mr. McGuire a chronology of events on November 12, 2018. And just for your reference, Mr. Andoga, you're not copied on this exchange. She copies Mr. Beck and Sarath Bala. Do you recall if you were involved in the preparation of this chronology?
No.
Okay. Do you know why this chronology was prepared?
No.
So you'll see that in this chronology, there's a reference to April 2016, investigate improvement of skid resistance by asset management. Do you know what that refers to?
No idea.
Okay. if someone were to suggest that it was a reference to your conversations with Norjon in 2016, would you disagree with that statement?
Yeah, that's not what we were talking about. No,
Could you take us to image 29, Registrar? I'm sorry, Registrar, that was my fault, image 129. Thank you. So this is a continuation of the chart, and you'll see that there's a reference under August 27, 2018, that says VIMI forwarded Mike friction analysis by Tradewind Scientific. And I understand that that's a reference to Mike Beck. Did Mike Beck forward the Tradewind report to you after he received it in August 2018?
not to my knowledge, no.
Do you recall ever discussing the Tradewind report with Mr. Beck at the end of August or early September 2018?
I don't believe so. I couldn't tell you what that report looks like.
At this time, as of November 2018, did you have any knowledge of the Tradewind report?
I don't believe so.
When did you become aware of the Tradewind report?
I couldn't give you a date.
Was it before or after it was disclosed to the public
When was it disclosed to the public?
in 2019?
I can't recall. That's what I heard from, again, through the media.
Did you learn about it through the media?
Yeah, so I'm saying I don't recall either way. Sorry.
So there's another reference here that says August 30th, 2018, that there was a direction or decision to revert to shave and pave rather than use hot in place recycling on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Is that consistent with your recollection of when the decision to stop exploring hot in place for the Red Hill Valley Parkway was made?
I couldn't argue the fact that it's probably timeline, it's probably around there, yes. I'm sorry, like, because I was kind of pulled out of this a little bit during the last years of my existence with the city of Hamilton. So
When you say pulled out of this, what do you mean by that?
I think my duties were like a little bit pulled back.
You had reduced duties for a period of time?
Sort of, yes. My responsibilities were reduced, put it that way, yes.
Okay. What did that mean in terms of your practical day-to-day work at the city?
Geez. It was probably reduced workload.
Okay. Did it impact the number of projects that you were involved in working on?
The depth, I think, the overall depth of the projects that I was working on.
Okay. Did it reduce the number of projects that you were working on in connection with the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
The Red Hill Valley was only one of those projects. But like, again, if I look at this timeline and look at the decision was made by Gord, that's the direction we got from our director. So away we go.
Why were your responsibilities reduced towards the end of your time at the city?
It was a change of management strategy, I think.
Okay. So a result then of Mr. Moore's retirement and Mr. McGuire coming on as Director of Engineering Services?
Yep.
Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 48492? And if you could pull up image 1 and 2, please. So this is an email exchange between yourself, Alan Jazvac, who I believe was reporting to you, and Mr. McGuire. The first image in this chain, Registrar, if you could pull out the January 9th, 2019 email on image 2. So you'll see that Alan emails you asking or advising you about discussions of resurfacing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link Expressway ramps proposed as part of a 2017 program, and about widening from 4 to 6 lanes. And then he goes on to say, but it wasn't until March of 2017 when projects for the full resurfacing of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link truly became active projects, being proposed as part of the 2018 budget as upcoming short-term projects. And then he goes on to say the funding was proposed as part of the 2018 budget as follows and remain the same for the 2019 budget. Registrar, if you could close out that call out. Do you remember this email exchange with Mr. Jasvek?
Sort of, a little bit, yeah.
Okay. Do you recall why you were looking for this information about the project planning and programming for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link resurfacing?
Yeah, Gord was asking for it, right?
So I see at the top, and it's a little bit cut off, but you send this email to Mr. McGuire, and you say, sorry, Gord, didn't find much. Again, as discussed, if I recall correctly, it was a compilation of a number of issues such as, and then you list the condition of the roadway and the need to protect the perpetual pavement structure, the programming, the needs of the mountain accesses, the LRT timing, which I think we've discussed already today, the opportunity to coordinate, address safety needs, and then you say the above would also be key factors to address the needs of the link. Can I understand from this that Mr. McGuire was particularly interested in the timing and budgeting for the Red Hill Valley Parkway resurfacing?
I think that's a safe assumption, yes.
Do you know why he was interested in that?
I do not.
So this email, the factors that I've just read out, are those the compilation of issues that led to the repaving of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
The timing of such, yes.
Okay, so this is specific to the timing of the project?
In the urgency being that perpetual pavement structure. Yeah.
Okay. Is this the basis by which the Red Hill Valley Parkway resurfacing was accelerated?
If it were, yeah, the part of that was the impact of other projects too, right? And their demands. So like I said, the LRT played a role in it. The mountain accesses are very important. That kind of thing. We went about, and I said earlier that about impact to the city and shutting down the transportation network of the city. So
Okay.
yeah, we were well aware, and that would give us the timeline of the rehabilitation.
Okay, and then the last point there is opportunity to coordinate / address safety needs. What does that mean?
I would believe at that time, we already knew about the transportation safety needs. If the timeline recalls correctly, I can't remember. We're in 2019,
Well,
18.
right now we're in 2019.
Yeah, so we would already know about traffic needs.
It looks to me, though, that this is about the decision to advance the repaving program in March of 2017. What safety needs would have been addressed or were part of the considerations for advancing the Red Hill Valley Parkway resurfacing?
The previous ones identified by Mr. Ferguson?
Oh, so the safety concerns that had been identified by traffic operations and engineering?
Yes.
Okay, so those were the safety concerns for the Red Hill Valley Parkway that impacted the resurfacing decision?
I'm not sure if they impacted, but yes. They were still up for coordination, I guess, or we still had, I don't know if we had a project at this kind of time finalized or scope was still outstanding or, but that was the idea behind it.
Okay. So you'll see over on the next page, Mr. McGuire says, can you tell me if this was programmed in 2016? Why did Mr. McGuire want to know if the repaving was for the Red Hill Valley Parkway was programmed in 2016?
You will have to ask Mr. McGuire.
Okay. You didn't have any?
No idea.
And you didn't have any discussions with him about why he was looking for that information?
I wouldn't ask him why. I would provide the information that he had asked for.
Okay. So Mr. Jasdak responds with the email that's at the top there. And he says, technically, yes. And he goes on to reference that there was a project submitted for link rehabilitation in the year 2024 in 2016. Then he says, however, as part of the 2017 capital budget submission, the same project was deferred to year 2030. It currently exists in future program with funding now spread over 2 years. And he explains how that's broken up. The project is being maintained for the future as a placeholder for when we have to return to resurface the link again.
Yeah.
And he goes on to say, as part of the 2018 capital budget submission, we created 2 new detail sheets projects for the link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway projects that are currently in years 2018 through 2021. So those 2 can be considered to be new projects.
Yeah.
So it's my understanding from that email then that the resurfacing projects for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link first showed up in the 2018 capital budget program.
I would say that's another safe assumption, yes, according with Al's email. Yeah.
It looks to me, though, from this email, like the Link rehabilitation project at least had a placeholder for 2024. So there was some planning for that about 8 years in advance.
Mhm.
I don't see a reference to a placeholder for the Red Hill Valley Parkway repaving as of the 2016 capital budget. Was the Red Hill Valley Parkway repaving not planned in advance in the same way that the Link was?
No, probably not.
Okay. Do you know why that would be?
No.
Is that out of the ordinary for a major repaving project?
No, if it was beyond 10 years, it wouldn't be a concern. It's when you start bringing it closer to a 10-year program and bringing it in tighter.
Sorry, so we're talking about a project that was put in to be done in 2019 in the 2018 capital budget. Isn't that within 10 years? Or am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, no, you got it. So in 18, we had both roads in there. But what do you, so that if that's the first time for the Link or the Red Hill, that's fine. That would be fine.
It's fine. Is it uncommon for it to pop up and then be done the next year, or is that
No.
fairly standard?
No, that's not that not that bad of a process for us to go through. I think with the Red Hill and the way it did, so I'll say popped up, it was just that top-down cracking, it being a new pavement structure. We weren't really I say from my perspective anyway, wasn't too aware of what degree, how bad that can get before it does start damaging that lower levels. So that's why we, as a city, we decided to act upon it quite aggressively and to get it in place. And the planning was going on before. And if we're not going to throw money at it, if we don't know the actual value of what we're actually dealing with, right? So that's the way we move money around.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to image or OD9, image 247, paragraph 599 to 600? So in January 14, 2019, Mr. McGuire asks you to confirm whether you've seen or received a copy of the 2013 Golder Tradewind report on the Red Hill Valley Parkway asphalt testing prior to 2019. And you reply, never seen any report of this nature. Did this email from Mr. McGuire come out of the blue for you, or did you have some context for why he was asking?
I believe this was out of the blue.
Okay.
This is probably the first time I heard about any such report.
Okay. And so as of your receipt of this email, you'd never seen the Tradewind report or the 2014 Golder report that attached it?
No.
As of January 14, 2019, had you heard any discussion of or participated in any discussion about the Tradewind report?
No.
But you don't recall whether or not it was referenced at that March 9th, 2018 meeting by Dr. Uzorowski?
Yeah, I don't recall if it was or it was not.
Registrar, could you please take us to OD9, image 319, paragraph 768? Thank you. So on January 31st, 2019, Mr. Moore has a meeting with Mike Zegarak, Dan McKinnon, and Miss Laura Fontana from the city. And Miss Fontana and Mr. McKinnon both take notes at this meeting. So that's just for context for you. Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 35944? So these are the notes that Mr. McKinnon takes at this meeting. And I know they're a little bit tough to work through. But there is a reference, Registrar, it's about halfway through the second paragraph. And you'll see Mr. Ndoga's name. Maybe call out just the bottom, the bottom half of that paragraph. A little higher, one line up. And then, yeah, thank you. So you'll see it's a little bit condensed in terms of the text, but there's a note there in these notes that says, did he share the Golders 2014? He said probably Sam Sidawi and Rick Ndoga. And so that seems to be an accounting of Mr. Moore's statements at this meeting. Does this help to refresh your memory at all about whether or not you saw the 2014 Golder report that appended the Tradewind report?
Not at all.
Okay. If Mr. Moore were to say that he did give the 2014 Golder report appending the Tradewind report to you, would you disagree with that statement?
I couldn't say yes or no.
Okay, why not?
I don't recall the report. I don't know what it looked like.
Okay, I can show you what it looks like. Registrar, could you take us to GOL 2981? So this is the cover page of the 2014 Golder report.
No, never seen that.
Okay. Registrar, just for due diligence, can you take us to image 101 of this document? Okay, and scroll down one image over. So this is the cover page of the Tradewind report.
No.
So if Mr. Moore were to say that he shared the 2014 Golder report appending the Tradewind report with you, would you disagree with that statement?
Yeah, I couldn't say I seen it. I don't know why I would even get it.
Okay. It's not something that would have been relevant to you in your role in asset management?
Well, all I've seen was the cover. I'm sorry, but yeah, within that document, if there's, I don't know what's inside, so I wouldn't know.
If the objective of the rehabilitation on the Red Hill Valley Parkway discussed in 2016 was to improve skid resistance, would it have been relevant for you to be provided with the Tradewind report in dealing with or planning that work?
No.
Why not?
This has come to my director. My director would make that an urgency to me. He would explain it to me and we'd move on from there. I wouldn't even have to see the report.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Moore about friction levels or the Tradewind or Golder report?
No.
Did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Sidawi about friction levels on the Red Hill Valley Parkway or about the Tradewind report or the 2014 Golder report?
The only time probably when the counselor was asking, he probably asked me if I had a report.
Okay. In hindsight, did you have any conversations with Mr. Sidawi or Mr. Moore that might have been about the Tradewind report or Golder report, even if those names weren't used to describe the report?
Again, no.
Okay, so nothing ever about friction levels on the Red Hill Valley.
Yeah,
Parkway.
it's not my, it wouldn't be under me. It wouldn't be my, my thing, so.
So Mr. Warren, who we discussed briefly a little bit earlier, and you indicated that you worked with from time to time,
Yep.
gave evidence to the inquiry that sometime prior to December 2015, he reached out to someone in engineering services to request a report on friction testing for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And he was advised that traffic engineering didn't need to see it and wouldn't be provided with a copy of the report.
Okay.
He couldn't recall who he spoke to within engineering services, but he did not think that it would have been Mr. Moore. He further indicated that there were certain individuals that he worked with on a regular basis, and you were one of those people. Did Mr. Warren ask you for friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2015?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you recall him ever asking you for friction testing results from the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Not at all.
Were you aware of requests from traffic operations and engineering staff for friction testing results in that time period, so 2015 through to 2017?
Again, no. I didn't hear, I didn't know anything about friction testing until like Gord brought that forward.
Okay. Did anyone ever discuss a request from Mr. Warren or anyone else in traffic operations and engineering for friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway with you?
No.
If you had received such a request, what would you have done?
The request for,
Friction testing results from the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
I don't have them. I don't even know if they were ever done.
Okay. Would you have taken steps to try and obtain them?
Obtain what? I don't even know they exist.
If someone from traffic operations and engineering approached you and said, can I have a copy of the friction testing results?
I would have pointed them back to traffic engineering and said, you guys got them somewhere. If it was done, you guys would have done it. So.
Okay.
Sorry, my only resource.
Go
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, my only resource would be Gary knowing the history of the roadway.
Okay. If they had said that they didn't have the reports and they thought that engineering services did, would you have approached Mr. Moore looking for them?
Possibly.
Okay. But you don't have any recollection of ever having done that?
Nobody's ever asked me for them, no.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to RHV 890? So while the registrar is pulling this up, Mr. Andoga, this is an anonymous letter that is sent to the city's auditor after the trade wind report is disclosed to the public. Have you ever seen this letter before?
Through this inquiry.
Okay. Do you know who the author of the letter is?
I do not.
So you'll see that there is an allegation made against you on this letter that I just want to give you a chance to respond to. Registrar, could you pull out the content under Mr. Andoga's name there? Thank you. So the allegation here is that Rick Andoga, current senior project manager in the asset management section, absolutely knew that Mr. Moore had hired a consultant to do investigation on the asphalt quality. And Mr. Moore told him not to pursue the matter any further as there was other more important projects to spend capital funds on.
Yeah. Well, asphalt quality, hired a consultant for asphalt quality. Asphalt quality for what? You know, that's open-ended. And the second part is the total. Somebody doesn't know what they're talking about.
Okay. So in your view, there's no element of truth to this?
No, it's an outright lie.
Okay. You weren't aware that Mr. Moore had hired a consultant to investigate friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
And you never approached Mr. Moore and were directed not to pursue the matter?
No.
Registrar, you can close this out. And if you could take us over to image 2. So there are some references here to 8 examples of statements that the author attributes to Mr. Moore. I'm not going to call out those statements for you, but you can see them. They're the italicized text in the letter.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Moore ever speak to you or members of your team in this manner in connection with projects related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No,
To your recollection, at the March 9th, 2018 meeting, did he speak to Dr. Uzarowski or Mr. Odie or any of the other attendees in the manner described in this letter?
I don't recall, no. They don't sound like Gary,
You don't recall one way or the other?
one way or the other, but what I'm reading here, there's too many F-bombs for Gary. That's not Gary talking about it.
Okay. Understood. Registrar, you can close this out for us. Thank you. So those are all of my questions. And I see we are right about time for a break, if that's agreeable.
We should take our break for 15 minutes. Do you need to caucus with council for the other participants?
That would be perfect. Thank you very much.
Leave that to the registrar to arrange. We'll stand adjourned until 3:45.
Thank you. Mr. Andoga, I'm Jennifer Roberts. I'm sorry.
No, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm Councillor Golder, and I've got a couple of questions to ask you.
Yeah.
I want to go back to your evidence in relation to the back and forth in early 2016. You've given evidence that that you were investigating how to address the pavement condition, and specifically one of the defects you identified was top-down cracking. I'll get back to top-down cracking in a minute, but the other defect, surface defect that you identified that you wanted to address were the bumps and dips. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So can I please ask Registrar, could you please turn up overview document 7, image 85-278? Right.
87. Images.
Oh. Let's see. Is it image 87? I'm corrected. It's image 87. Thank you. So if you can please look at paragraph 278, this is April 27, 2017. You write to Dr. Zarowski to request the drawings that accompany the bump and dip analysis. You copy Mike Beck and some others. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay. And he replies and he sends you then, and there's an email, and he sends you a connection to a secured file because it's so big.
Okay.
And do you remember this? So he's sending you the location where the bumps and dips are.
Yeah, I remember us asking for yeah.
Okay. And so I take it when you're asking for the location, you have the bump and dip analysis. You have that inertial profile report, or sorry, it's actually it's actually a spreadsheet.
I may have at that given time. I can't confirm if I did or not.
Well, that's what I want to get to actually. So in March 4 of 2016, Dr. Zarowski provides the bump and dip analysis in the form of a spreadsheet and attached drawings to Mr. Moore, and then they're meeting about it. And here we are a year later, and you're asking for the drawings. And I suggest to you that you had received some of this information through sharing of information from the engineering department.
No, if I'm copying everybody on this, we didn't have it. So I'm thinking what the disconnect was one report to actual where it is on the field.
Right. So I'm suggesting to you had the inertial profile spreadsheet, but not the mapping.
Well, yes, obviously we didn't have the mapping because I'm asking.
You're asking for it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you have access to the inertial profile spreadsheet because that was information that was you had access to, or had somebody specifically given it to you?
I'm sorry, ask that again, sorry.
Sure. What I'm asking is whether, well, let me ask the question a different way. How did you know that information existed?
I can't answer that. It was probably through discussions within the group.
So you knew that there was inertial profiling investigation done.
Yeah.
And here you're following up to get the mapping.
Yes.
And so somebody's told you that Dr. Zarowski had done the mapping and you're following up to get it.
Somebody's telling me I need a map.
Okay, I want to go, thank you. I want to go back to the issue of the top-down cracking.
Mm-hmm.
So this is that, so you can take that down, Registrar, thank you. So you've given evidence of the purpose of that surface treatment that you were investigating in 2016. that it was to prolong the life of the pavement, and specifically said you knew that the Red Hill Valley Parkway was perpetual pavement, and you were looking for a sealing operation to address the top-down cracking that was occurring. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay, and then you spoke with Derek Nunn of Norjon, and you speak with Mr. Civilli from Miller Paving. And if I'm understanding your reasoning, you understood that if the top-down cracking was not sealed in some way, that would allow water to infiltrate the deeper layers within the pavement structure and potentially damage the perpetual pavement. Did I understand that correctly?
We wanted to stop the cracking.
And the cracking that's observed at the top of pavement, it's not possible to determine just from observation whether it's top-down cracking or the more commonly seen cracking from fatigue failure at the bottom of the pavement, is it?
Is it easier? Sorry?
Well, I'm saying it's not possible to determine whether the cracking is top down or from a fatigue failure from the bottom just by looking at the crack at the top.
That's beyond my knowledge base. I would not be able to answer that.
Okay. Are you aware that where the cracking begins has to be verified by looking at cores?
Yes, we've done that before, yes.
Okay, because you mentioned cores in your evidence. So I take it you understand that in order to verify what kind of cracking you're dealing with, you would have to look at core samples.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to turn, please, Registrar, to Golder 2981, but image 51 first, please. There, so this is an appendix to the Golder report that Counsel for the Commission took you to. Is this something that in the course of your work, you will have looked at pavement cores before?
No.
No, okay. So you don't actually look at the evidence, you would look to whatever the consultant's analysis and findings were?
It depends on what stage of the game we're at here. Like if the cores are taken, that typically goes to the design section. We facilitate the cores, but and log the cores have been completed, so they go through a little process on our end. But that goes that gets forwarded to design for design's use.
Okay, and so you're not able to look at this and verify that? Yeah, that shows top-down cracking. That's not your bailiwick. That's what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Okay. If we can please go to the Golder report, image 6. So image 6 it shows us paragraph 3.2, which is the asphalt coring, the analysis provided by Golder. And if you look at Registrar, can you call out that last paragraph? No, just on the bottom, as shown in table 1. So here are the findings of the consultant. As shown in table 1, the cracks were found to be within the top of maximum top 2 layers of asphalt. The top asphalt layer and second were often debonded from the deeper layers of the asphalt, core 4 being the drilled, and water from the drilling was coming up from the pavement through the surrounding void. So I understand that this is confirming that in fact was just as you've said to us, what was there on the Red Hill was top-down cracking.
Okay.
And you said that you hadn't seen the Golder report before, and I take it you haven't seen this page of it before?
No.
Okay. But somebody told you that what was found on the Red Hill was top-down cracking. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And was that someone from engineering services?
Well, we saw cracks on the road. We assumed because of the pavement structure it was cracked down, because that's what would be expected through a perpetual pavement.
Right, but what I'm showing you, sir, is that in fact that's verified. Somebody's,
In 2014.
right,
So I would not think that we relied on 2013 data to confirm that,
in 2016?
or 18, yeah.
Okay, we can go forward in time. I want to go please
I'm just
to,
not sure.
not sure. So you don't remember, just to be clear, you don't remember who told you that there was top-down cracking on the Red Hill?
No, I do not.
Okay, let's go to image 10 and then 11, please. So these are the analysis and recommendations. And I just want to go to the paragraphs beginning in order to remedy the longitudinal top-down cracking, which is on image 11. Registrar, can you please call out that it's, yeah, you, down please. There you go, thank you. Okay. And I recognize your evidence is that you haven't seen it, but I'm going to suggest to you that Golder in 2014 is providing a recommendation to do a number of things, including microsurfacing of the Red Hill. Do you see that? Say on the, and I'll just read it to you. On the remaining portion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, the existing cracks in the surface course should be routed and sealed to prevent the ingress of water and incompressible material into the pavement structure. Following the routing and sealing, it is recommended that a single layer of microsurfacing be applied. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. And as you said, you've given evidence that you hadn't seen the report, but I take it somebody told you that Golder recommended a treatment for the surface, which included microsurfacing?
Okay.
Well, do you disagree with that or do you agree with it?
It says here, right here, recommended single layer microsurfacing be
Well,
applied.
you said you didn't read it, so.
Yeah, we're just reading it now.
Okay. Well, let's go forward into 2016. And where let's just go to it. Where you are, let's go to OD 7, 117, 118. Right. Oh.
Sorry, what was the image for?
It's OD 7, please. 117 to 118.
Okay.
Oh, it's the wrong reference, sorry. Sorry. You can take down the call out, please. I know, but it's the wrong reference. Okay, so I just want to go back to the recommendations that sorry, let me rephrase. Go back to the evidence you testified on earlier this morning about the investigation with Norjon and with Miller Paving about different surface treatments. So we have in 2014, Golder providing a recommendation to do microsurfacing, and then in 2016, 2016, you're investigating it. I'm suggesting to you that someone within engineering had suggested to proceed to investigate microsurfacing. Mr. Andoga,
Yes, yeah, okay, uh-huh.
are you agreeing with that or are you disagreeing?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. And are you saying that are you suggesting that when you undertook this investigation with Norjon and with Miller Paving, that you weren't aware at all about the recommendations in the Golder report?
I've never seen the Golder report.
And is the outcome of your evidence that none of the investigation, none of the analysis, none of the recommendations obtained by engineering from the Golder report was shared with you and with asset management? Is that what you're suggesting?
I did not have the report. I've never seen the report.
Okay.
I'm just going to inject for a second, which I don't normally do. That is not the question. The question is whether the recommendations as they have been described, namely microsurfacing in particular, were communicated to you. Not that they were communicated necessarily as the recommendations of a report called the Golder report or anything else. Were you aware that somebody told you to investigate microsurfacing? Were you aware there was some basis for that in some report or some suggestion from someone in engineering services, whether or not related to the Golder report, that indicated that you should conduct such an investigation?
Okay, sorry for misunderstanding the question.
I think that's the question Ms. Roberts is putting. Would that be correct, Ms. Roberts?
Well, it's the second one I was getting to. First was Golder, but you're absolutely right, sir. Commissioner, was that advice ever communicated to you?
We pursued, again, I think we pursued a surface treatment as it was just identified within, from my understanding, it was identified within the sustainability report as a first rehabilitation strategy. It was a preferred strategy on our end because it would be of low cost opposed to traditional shave and pave.
Okay.
That's why we pursued that option first. It'd be less disruptive to the public. We could get it done fairly easy and inexpensive.
So the sole recommendation you're operating under was what was in the feasibility report that goes back to?
No, I'm saying based on the condition of the existing roadway, from what we saw on that roadway,
Right.
that's what we were acting on.
Okay. Okay. So it seems to me that if you know about the bumps and dips report, if that analysis is shared, you're saying that you have no knowledge of recommendations from anyone to use microsurfacing to repair the surface condition of the Red Hill. Do I have that right?
I believe so. I believe you're right. I did not have any recollection of anybody telling me about any such report telling me to provide surface treatment. That was a consortium. Now, whether others within that group knew,
Okay.
I don't know. That's what we were moving forward on.
Okay, thank you. I just want to cover off something else just as part of that same part of evidence. You said that one of the reasons why you identified the surface treatment that had to improve skid resistance was because you were aware of the alignment, and you described the curvature of the road and the speed and the fact that the road was over its capacity at certain points in the day. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you say that you are aware of the alignment, were you or your colleagues within asset management ever provided with drawings for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so you had an appreciation for the radius of the turns and how tight they were?
I wouldn't look at it that way, no.
So how would you look at it?
I'm asset management, I was taking off quantity takeoffs.
Okay, so you were aware that it was curvilinear, but you didn't put your mind to how tight the radius of the turns actually were?
I did not find them tight.
So I'm asking an objective question, not whether you found them tight. I'm asking objectively whether you were aware of the radius of the turns, and you've told me that you weren't.
No, I was not.
Okay. So apart from identifying that it was a curvilinear alignment, you didn't consider, and nor was it part of your work to consider how tight the radius of the turns actually was.
No.
Okay. And I take it that your reference to the need to improve skid resistance because of the curvature of the alignment and high speed was because you were aware that curvature and speed would affect the need for friction. That's the case?
Yes, we don't want to make it slippery.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mishra.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello, Mr. Andoga. I just have a couple of questions for you on behalf of the city.
Okay.
First, I'd like to take you back to the sustainability plan. Mr. Registrar, can you put up HAM 320 at image 4, please? Thank you. And if you can call out the third paragraph. So this is the sustainability plan that we had previously looked at. You'll see in the first 2 lines that says, this report is a tactical document and forms the basis for development of standard operating best practices in conjunction with a sustainable budget. It offers a range of options in terms of maintenance, rehabilitation, and reconstruction, as well as preliminary budgetary issues. Did you understand the best practices and range of options included in this report to be mandatory?
Not by any means, no.
In your answers to questions by Commission Council, you had noted that the sustainability plan was innovative. Are you aware of similar types of sustainability plans in other municipalities at this time?
At this time being when this report was done?
That's right.
No. I'm not sure if this logic came from Australia or where it actually came from. Maybe down the state somewhere, but no, this was innovative.
And as you had noted, the sustainability plan for the Red Hill Valley Parkway was not adopted by council. When that happened, were you directed to ensure the options suggested in the sustainability plan be implemented?
No.
So next, I want to turn your attention to the state of the infrastructure reports. We'd previously looked at the report in 2016. If Mr. Registrar, if you could call up HAM 45368. This is the 2016 State of the Infrastructure Report. And if you can turn to image 27, please. And can you also include image 28 if you can put both of those pages up, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Can you call out the section that starts with condition and performance, that entire paragraph? Including the bullets, yes, perfect, thanks. So here you'll say, for condition and performance, it indicates that this criterion characterizes the current physical condition of the infrastructure. And under the letter grade, C indicates that it's fair, some deterioration or defects are evident, but function is not significantly affected. This was the overall grade for the Red Hill Valley, for the roads in this report, a grade of C. Is it fair to say that in this context of condition and performance, C means that a roadway is fair with some deterioration or defects, but function is not significantly affected?
Correct.
Okay. If you can get rid of that call out and then go to the, and for the Red Hill Valley Parkway, is it fair to say that this deterioration or defects includes that top-down cracking that you had referenced?
It would, yes.
Okay. So then for the capacity versus need, if you can call out that section, including the bullets as well. You'll see here that a C grade means that roads can support 80 to 89% of the demand. Is that correct in terms of how this should be interpreted in considering roadways and the capacity versus need of a roadway?
Yeah, as defined.
Okay. And is it correct to say that in the case of a roadway, this references the traffic volume?
Correct.
And then lastly, if you can remove this call out and then go to the for funding versus need section, please. Perfect, thank you. And here, as it pertains to the funding portion of this criteria, it reflects the status of funding dedicated to the roadway if we're considering roads. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we can then just jump to image 68 in this document. And then call out the top portion of the chart where it includes the row title Expressway. Perfect. So here you'll note that Expressway has a conditions and performance of a B minus, capacity versus need of a D, and then funding versus need of a C with the overall rating of C. Is it fair to say then that the Expressway would include the Red Hill Valley Parkway in the link?
Yes.
And is it also fair to say that if a dedicated funding source was identified, whether in the sustainability plan or otherwise, that the letter grade would increase for the funding versus need section?
Definitely, yes.
And then the overall rating would increase as well?
Correct.
Okay. And that as it pertains to roadways, a letter grade of C is still indicative of a fair quality road with some defects, but no functional concerns.
It could, like, yeah, it could.
Okay. So we can take down this call out and we can take down this this document as well. Thank you. So I want to ask you some questions about the top-down cracking seen on the Red Hill. If you can turn to overview document chapter 7, page 122. And then if you can call out paragraph 391 all the way to the bottom, please, that would be great. So you'll see here that this is an email from Mr. Cefali from Miller Paving. And this email was sent on May 2nd, 2016. In this email, he indicates that he drove the link in the Red Hill the week prior and described his team's observations from that drive. If you want to just take a second to review his observations, let me know when you're done reviewing the email.
Okay.
Looking at the observations from Mr. Cifelli, is it fair to say that his observations are consistent with your view and your understanding of the Red Hill at this time, the Red Hill and the link at this time, as it pertains to the surface and more specifically the top-down cracking?
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with what he's saying, yes.
Okay. So under your observations, you had noted that there was wheel path cracking or other such cracking on the roadway. Is that right?
Cracking. I don't think I got into the specifics of the defects.
Okay. And so is it fair that you didn't have an appreciation of kind of the specific type of cracking, you just knew that there was cracking on the roadway?
Yeah, I knew the road was starting to fail. We knew the road was starting to fail. Yeah, we moved from that point.
Okay. Now, Ms. Roberts had asked you about whether you had knowledge about the recommendations from the Golder report for microsurfacing to repair the surface of the Red Hill. You had said that you didn't personally see the report, but you don't know whether others within the group making decisions on the surface of the report, on surface of the Red Hill, were aware of the report. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who the other people in the group were that you were referencing?
Within our group, the key players within our group were the asset management, design, and construction. You're talking about senior managers and up, or senior project managers and up. So there'd be myself, Mike Beck. There's the construction group, Marco Odie, Susan Jacob, Gary.
Okay.
Gary Moore.
Were you responsible in any way for conducting microsurfacing or related investigations on the roadway?
No.
So can we take down this call out and take down this document, please? You were asked generally about your understanding of friction testing, and you would advise that it would be hieroglyphics to you. Is it fair to say that you don't have any expertise in friction testing?
No, nothing at all.
So next I want to turn to ask you some questions about the shape and pave and the objectives around the shape and pave. So you were asked a number of questions about the timing of the rehabilitation work on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. You had indicated that the rehabilitation had been accelerated to some degree based on the volume that the roadway delivered. Did you understand that the rehabilitation had been accelerated due to the top-down cracking that was attributed to a higher volume of traffic on the roadway than expected?
Yeah, I think the top-down cracking was premature and from what we expected as a result of the loading that was on that road. So the timing alteration was justified that way.
I see. Any other reasons to your knowledge?
No.
And if we can turn to HAM 33919. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. And can you call out the email from, sorry, can you actually show the next page as well? And if you can call out the email from Mr. Andoga on the second page. Perfect, thank you. So you'll see here in the second line, you had noted that the objective is to improve skid resistance of the RHVE, seal the existing pavement for ramps to the link, and extend pavement life, as well as increase the service levels the roadway provides. In your experience, do slurry seals and other types of seals sometimes have low frictional properties?
I believe so. They may.
And was including the reference to improving skid resistance directed in any way at ensuring that these slurry seals and other types of seals don't have low frictional properties?
Again, I believe yes, that would be, we wanted something more with a texture to it.
And at this point in time, did you have any understanding regarding the frictional properties of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
Okay. So next I want to talk to you about the scope of the repavement on the RHVP and the items from traffic engineering. You were asked a number of questions on the inclusion of illumination and median barriers for the repave. Just for your context, I don't believe this is provided. Both the illumination and median barriers were long-term countermeasures identified in the SEMA 2015 report. At this time, so when you were corresponding with Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Warren in 2017, were you aware that illumination and median barriers were long-term countermeasures?
No.
Did so I take it then, to your knowledge, the fact that there were long-term countermeasures, they had no impact, or to your knowledge, no impact on whether these items were included in the scope of the repave?
I have no knowledge of why they were not included at all. No.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, if you can turn up OD Chapter 7 and page 162, please. You'll see that, and then if you can call out paragraph 483. I believe you were asked some questions about the back and forth with Mr. Warren, Mr. Ferguson, but I don't believe you were shown the last two emails in this correspondence, which I want to direct you to. So the first one is an email from Mr. Mader, apologies, to Mr. Ferguson. You were not copied on this email, but in this email, he indicates that I thought barriers were suggested in the SEMA report to be done in conjunction with the widening. And he also notes that the question of lighting is restricted by environmental conditions, and notes let's discuss before we respond. Were you aware that Mr. Mader had this conversation or that sent this email to Mr. Ferguson at this time in 2017?
I wish I did know, but no, I did not.
Okay. And then if we can turn to the same page, but paragraph 485. And if we can actually pull up the next page as well, that'd be appreciated. Thank you. And if you can then call out the email both on this page and the next, that would be appreciated. Perfect. And then you'll see at the top of the email, and this is an email from Mr. Warren to Mr. Sidawi on July 26, 2017. He notes, as discussed at this morning's project coordination meeting, I'm following up on the final scope for traffic. I met with John to confirm, and then the traffic scope is listed out on the second page. And you'll note that in this scope, there is no reference to illumination and the median barriers as well. Do you recall if you attended this project coordination meeting?
I probably would have, yes.
To your recollection, did traffic speak to illumination or median barriers at this meeting?
I don't recall.
Okay. Based on this email, though, it seems like Mr. Mader and the group had ultimately come to a landing on what was in scope and what was out of scope for the purpose of this repave. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
Okay. Can we take this document down, please? So next, I want to jump forward in time to June 2017. So you were asked a couple of questions by Commission Counsel regarding Councillor Connolly and his assistant's request for friction testing results. And this request was made to Mr. Moore and a number of individuals in traffic engineering and engineering services were included on the email, either in the to or the CC line. You were asked specifically by Commission Counsel if you were curious about the friction testing results, and you advised that you were not curious. At this point in time, did you have any concerns regarding the frictional properties or safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
Is that why you weren't curious about the friction testing results?
I don't even know if there was friction testing done on the roadway at this time.
Okay, thank you. So next I want to jump forward in time to the March 9th, 2018 meeting, where Commission Counsel had asked you various questions about the meeting with the city and Golder, and they brought you to a copy of notes prepared by Dr. Yuzarowski. You were not shown a copy of notes that were prepared by Mr. Beck, who also attended that meeting. So just in fairness to you, I want to make sure you have an opportunity to review those as well. Mr. Registrar, do you mind pulling up HAM 61788 at page 60, please? Thank you. And if you can just zoom into the top half, I think it might be a little bit easier to read that way. So you'll see here that the date is the March 9th, 2018 meeting. And then the notes read RHVP meeting RE hot in place. And then in terms of the dashes, you'll see that it notes the process of SMA HIP, which is presumably hot in place, will change the SMA that the gradation will/may change. There's a possible longer process to heat the mix, longer to do the hot in place. There's a change/add more aggregate to the mix, add a beneficiary mix to the process. Gary, no to microsurfacing. Sample for HIP to go to BC, presumably Pat Wiley from BC. Do it as a section of the repairs to the quote dips in the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And then there's a note that friction numbers/weaker surface afterwards. And then at the bottom, you'll see there's a note that says 40 millimeter SMA surface on bracket existing Red Hill Valley Parkway. And then lastly, sample Ludimir needs to provide size, et cetera, and concern with friction numbers. I'll note that these notes make no reference specifically to the word Tradewind report, and they also don't specifically reference skid abrasion or shot blasting. Reviewing these notes, does this refresh your memory in any way on whether the Tradewind report was discussed at this meeting?
No, it does not.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, I'm just going to consult my notes.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andoga. Those are all of my questions.
Okay. And Ms. Bruckner, I think you've advised that, or I understand that neither the MTO nor Dufferin have any questions.
That's my understanding, though perhaps their counsel can confirm on the record.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Yes, Ms. Lorraine.
No questions on behalf of Dufferin. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. No questions on behalf of MTO either, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bure. So that being the case, Ms. Bruckner, do you have any further questions of Mr. Andoga?
I don't have any further questions for Mr. Andoga. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, well then, Mr. Andoga, you're dismissed. Thank you for attending today at the inquiry.
Thank you, sir.
And for council, unless there's anything further we have to discuss, which I don't, or address, which I don't think there is this evening, we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.